To look at the cyclone activity in the basin, we found, thanks to the BRIO projects, results that are similar to the other ones, with a possible decrease of the amount of tropical systems in the basin, while their maximum intensity would go up since the sea's temperature would increase, and since it's this is what makes cyclones and hurricanes strong. That is what they run on. It's quite logical to see the intensity increase by 1.2, which means, by consequence, in a way of consequence, stronger winds, among others, more extreme weather events. The proportion might go up within the range of the various weather extreme events, hurricane, cyclone, the proportion of category 4, category 5, like Katrina, New Orleans, if you remember, in the United States. Then we expect, due to the sea temperature rise, that the tropical systems could gain longevity. Freddy has gone through the Indian Ocean and can last now around 1 month. As you see on this graph, we forecast a further extension of the tropics, which would mean migrations from the caps. The history is black, the future is green, which enhances the extreme weather events possibilities in the Mauritius, Réunion, Rodrigue area. So how can we prepare ourselves now to weather extreme weather events? Ready, set, go. That's what has been developed by the Red Cross in order to make strategic decisions on the long run in terms of season forecasting, and then tactical decisions for the upcoming couple of weeks, and operational decisions, which is the short run. So the Genezo cyclone that hit Madagascar in January, last January, that is what we can expect for the season. January, February, March, the rainfall is going down in comparison to the business as usual. You can see in the northern part of the basin the scale, its northern part, while the rainfalls are going up as far as Mozambique and Madagascar are concerned. In terms of cyclones, what we were able to say by the end of October, Madagascar is off in January, by the way, but we were already able to say that the season would be characterized by a higher amount of systems affecting the non-inhabited part of the island, mainly during the first part of the season, and that from January on the activities would go further east, with a higher amount of impacts in the Mozambique Canal.
Okay, new tools on scale a few weeks still, and tool to help the decisions, like for the Red Cross, with the platform, regional platform for the, it's called the Project Pizarro, that was conducted by the laboratory at the University of La Réunion, together with Météo France, and was financed by the Réunion region and with European funds. So this project, as you can see on the left, that's the example of Freddy that impacted the region in February. It gives a ranking depending on the type of action to do, with 1, 2, or 4 weeks scale. Let's say this ranking are based on the week concerned, so it's predictions for 1, 2, 3, 4, and the impact of the system and the predictability that we can attach to the predictions, meteorological predictions. Every week this product is being updated, so there's 3 types of actions that we can implement. One is enhanced watch, when the rank is between 1 and 4, If it gets to 5, we are at the warning stage to different countries. And action 3 is to conduct preparedness actions as soon as the ranking is more than higher than 6, and to send suggestions of action to the national society. I will show you how this product helped to predict the cyclone in Madagascar that took place in January with winds of 140 kilometers and winds at 194 kilometers. If we start by the left, starting with the 26th December, 4 weeks before the event, the map was indicating values of reinforced watch on Mozambique and the north coast of Madagascar. The next week, the 2nd of January, it's been reinforced with ranks that were enforced on the east of Madagascar. 2 weeks before the event, on the 9th January, there was the signals are sent by the center located in the north of Madagascar to prepare as much as possible for the arrival of the event that will take place on the 19th of January, and starting on the 19th of January that the event started, actually, at the northeast of the basin. It traveled quite quickly and progressively with the updates of meteorological codes. We can see that certainly code as it was defined by the center specialized for the Météo France. So this allowed to do good predictions of impact. So this is a type of our tools that we could test in the previous season and that will continue to monitor this season. It will follow and will help us to predict other impacts. And to end up my presentation, I wanted to tell you that like there is a project BRIA, but there's another trio that allows to make diagnosis in these regions. The climate change in the 21st. It started in 21. It's called KIPSA. It's also financed by the AFD and will allow to better prepare the adaptation strategies of this small islands in the Pacific region. Thank you for your attention, and I will give the floor to Mr. Honore. Hello everyone. Thank you for being with us this morning. I would like to make 2 comments for us to start. First of all, I would like to thank Marie-Dominique for these presentations, because in the context in which we are here in these days in Dubai, it's very interesting to have an occasion to see what does the science do for us today. This beyond the discussions that take place. Second thing, this presentation illustrated the good approaches when it comes to the management of risks and to support to countries. In my presentation, will try to show you how the coordination of different actors allows not only to take into consideration the results of these scientific research, but to translate them into helps, supports to the countries concerned in this sub-region here. This is one of the classical approaches of the OMM, through which the cooperation between the member states is a key element of the development of the services we can provide to the populations. We have a mutual help between these countries that allowing with the data, with advise, with advice and other things to progress. And in our context today, with this initiative of the Secretary General of the UN, that was to establish a warning system for everyone, we can see that this type of approach is the right one. And the cruise initiative launched a few years ago is like the first one, the first example of this approach is the organizations who implement these projects piloted by the cruise initiatives to nowadays we have a project in the southwest of the ocean, in the Indian Ocean, who has the ambition to mobilize the resources and existing structures in the region with as much coordination as possible to avoid redundancy of actions, to avoid doubling the efforts and investments, so the countries can benefit to a maximum of the information and of the expertise that is at their disposal. So in the region, there are several centers that operate, and they have a mandate of the OMM to do so. The center, Regional Specialized Meteorological Center, operated by Météo France at the La Réunion Island, and other centers like Regional Center Specialized, we call it severe water in English. It's not easy to translate it into French. Organized in Pretoria in South Africa, and we have a structure for trainings, regional trainings, based in Pretoria also. The idea is that the technical assistance implemented in the framework of this project, in partnership with the existing initiatives and different work programs, will allow to member countries to go forward and to activate the whole value chain. We could have presented it with all the classical pillars of the warning systems. We saw in the previous presentation that science allows today to address and to take consideration the different elements of risk management since the very beginning. It will be also helpful in the next decades, but also on a short lapse of time. Also, it will allow to the people who are threatened by the risks to anticipate them, to implement the necessary measures to limit the impact as much as possible. In the context of this project, we can see here on the left side of this slide the way that the different resources and capacities of modelization do contribute to provide information to the countries so they can take the right decision. One of the principles of the function of the OMM, I just want to remind it here, is that finally the warnings going to the general public depend on the countries. This is responsibility of the countries via their institutions, national institutions, to manage the warnings for wide public and for detection at all the levels. So this is a very central one after the structures of local governance. We can see that we have several components on the digital modelization, but also different applications with the part that is on the bottom, meaning the usage of these digital models for quick floods. Of course, water is critical in this region, like in many others, but there's never enough water, but sometimes there is too much water. So at the national level, the project is addressing certain elements through different pillars in the value chain, at the level in the corporations and institutional actions at the national level, because it cannot be realized but just by the meteorological center. We need to interact with the other parties in the country, and it's about developing capacities in terms of predictions, with training activities, with data exchange. For your memory, the members of OMM have adopted 2 years ago a new policy of sharing data, extremely ambitious and very open, and to allow the member countries to develop work plans that will allow them to address this multidisciplinary approach to get to the result, meaning the anticipation and taking the appropriate decisions. It's about minimizing the impact of the disasters. So one of the aspects to which we are very attached, that is very important today with this global initiative, is that we are aware of the multiplicity of the parties of the partners for development, financing, for example, the idea being these technical assistance projects are not supposed to be infrastructural projects, great-scale projects, but they're rather supposed to be a catalyzer for further actions. We believe in the optimization of interventions, avoiding repeating the same actions and redundant structures. And we want to have systems that will last in time. So you can see here all the actions, and this is how it works. We want to coordinate as much as possible. Are we trying to organize targeted interventions and complementary from all the interested parties? Okay, I'll stop here, and I will not take more of your time. One more time, it's a beautiful initiative in the region, and a model for others in today's panorama and today's landscape. Thank you very much.
Merci Madame Leroux et Monsieur.
Many thanks, Mrs. Leroux, and you, Mr. Honoré, for the scientific light you shed on our understanding of the topic. After the Indian Ocean, we are going to move to the Pacific Ocean, where Mrs. Kraft, who is Head Product Development Coordinator, QA Initiative, Pacific Regional Environment Program, SPREP. It's about mitigation and adaptation to climate change related. And Jennifer Phillips, advisor at the Global Shield Secretariat, who will explain how those initiatives allow us to implement actions in terms of risks sharing systems. Thank you. Hello everyone. Well, the Pacific Regional Environment Program is an agency that serves 21 states and territories members to the island communities Pacific. We're into natural resources management. We work on objectives linked with the Climate Convention. It's a sub-regional structure. We serve our members. Lots of meteorological information services in partnership with the OMM, CLIPSA as well, for territories, regional policies, Tendai framework, lots of services and support for the countries for them to adapt their national adaptation plans and implementing tangible adaptation plans and risk management plans. I've been living for some time in the Pacific Ocean, and it's you're happy to see how science helps, but it's painful to see the forecasts. When you see droughts, the amount of the frequency of droughts is about to increase, the rainfalls. Now is the time. The 1.5 is not something that is merely supposed to look fancy. It's a life and death matter for us in the Pacific area. It's a to be or not to be choice. So there's a degree of emergency. We have few financial resources, especially for the vast majority of the countries there, which are developing countries. We don't see lots of the help, lots of help in comparison to what we need. It's about 7%, so we lack 93%. As both for adaptation and for greenhouse gases emissions reduction, most states being anchored in a reduction strategy. 0.22% of the climate promises become reality there. So you see the situation is quite gloom. There's a lot of work to do to facilitate climate change fighting, funding, the access to money, the access to fundings for adaptation to nature-based solutions, which is a good link with the topic of the day here at the COP28. Our initiative, it's a multiple money lenders fund, a one-shop policy for the whole Pacific region, both for French territories and independent states, small island countries, which is a specificity of the fund, created together by France, the EU, Canada, Australia and New Zealand, a fund that is managed by the Agence Française de Développement from an office in New Caledonia. We decided to work around the SFNs for this framework because it seems to me to be to us to be relevant. It's expensive, of course. The whole thing is quite expensive as a whole, but each and every project is quite cheap if you take them individually, and they're extremely efficient. So it really pays off in terms of protecting people's lives plus biodiversity. Since its creation in 2020, we financed 5 regional projects from 1.5 to up to 5 million euros, gathering at least 2 countries or territories. It has to be international or interterritorial. The idea to foster environment and human resilience. There, in the face of the unexpected extreme weather events, there's a network. We are trying to upscale things for actions to be either via networking or best practices sharing. There's a whole chapter in terms of resilience, both as food security, for agroforestry, agroecology actions, health, basins restoration, access to water, natural disaster risk reduction, seashore protection, in order to facilitate this access that is a bit of a complicated one, believe me. As for the states, it's really not at the Green Fund level, or the Adaptation Fund remains public money with both two heads EU AFD funding. So it's not obvious for the NGOs and the states that would like to access this money, neither to access it nor to use the money afterwards, shortly thereafter, after they got it. So in partnership with regional associations, the PRE and the Pacific Community, plus the UUICN Oceania, there's a technical support chapter which is about helping stakeholders access to these fundings and help them in terms of project management, which is a topic as a whole of its own. And then you have the topic related, because mangrove planting seems simple when you hear about it, but it isn't when it's coming to it. So for the project leaders, what we do is we facilitate good practices sharing and upscaling, providing them as far as it gets with tools. All the SFN stakeholders, all the sides, all the parties, so that the actions are implemented and become reality. The initiative was launched in 2020, 40 million euros. It's far more now, mostly thanks to France and the EU. We are starting to see the results of the projects. The start wasn't that quick. It took some time to get things kicked off, but since we got started, we really made it real, tangible, and sensible. The results are there, and we hope our moneylenders will help us on the long run, and we also hope we'll get more of them. That would be about it for now. Thank you.
Bonjour à tous. Merci.
Thank you very much for your presentation. As I have an accent like mine, I will speak in English.
Thank you, everyone, for being here. My name is Jennifer Phillips. I'm here on behalf of the Global Shield Against Climate Risk. I'll provide a very short background on what that is and how we're working together with the regional risk pools to increase countries' protection against climate risk through financial instruments. So the Global Shield was launched last year. It's a V20 G7 initiative with the support of France, Luxembourg, Germany, EU, Denmark, and several other countries, with the ambition of increasing the protection of countries against climate risk through the use of pre-arranged finance. Some of the finance that's available to countries is through the regional risk pools. There's currently 4 risk pools: the CRIF SPC in the Caribbean, the PCRIC in the Pacific, African Risk Capacity for the African continent and islands, as well as CDRIF in Southeast Asia. And with the Global Shield Solutions platform, they've been working throughout the last year to develop the thematic window for regional risk pools to increase their capacity to offer affordable products to the countries in their member states. And so basically, they plan to do this by working in 3 different areas. The first one is on research and education. We know with these types of instruments, they're still very new in a lot of countries, and there's still a lot of understanding that governments need to take when it comes to knowing how these parametric insurance products work and how the countries can benefit from them. What are the advantages of using this type of product over potentially a CAT DDO or a credit product? How could these products potentially help them lessen the amount of debt that they're often taken on after these different catastrophes? And so one of the components is focused on local capacity building, as well as building expertise in the countries among the regional populations by developing a curricula for actuaries and other CDRFI specialists, so that through this increased understanding and awareness of the products and how they work, you can then also build up trust and understanding in how they can best be used. They also want to facilitate this knowledge exchange between the different risk pools. CRIF SPC was started back in 2007 and already has a very strong track record in protecting and paying out largely in the Caribbean region. And there's a way for the risk pools to come together to share knowledge on how these products can best be structured to meet the needs of the countries after these different events. Also linking to the cruise initiative, there's a big support for supporting open source data and risk modeling. Because the products themselves can tend to be very expensive, being able to increase data and the use of new data sources is a way to also make these products more accurate and more affordable. And so we're very happy to also cooperate with these different initiatives like Cruise that are actively working on these topics. The second component is focused on the concept and solutions development. So here we know that in the case of CRIF, for example, they started off firstly as an earthquake protection risk pool and then expanded into the areas of hurricanes, protecting against extreme wind and rain. And so we know that often the needs of countries are changing as the hazards are increasing and the intensities are increasing. And so the regional risk pools also need to think about how to develop their portfolio to not only protect against different types of hazards, but also to expand to different regions and countries within the areas that they're working. This also links to developing contingency plans on how the payouts from these products can most efficiently be distributed so that they're actually reaching the most vulnerable groups and are targeted towards the most pressing needs that occur after a disaster strikes. They also want to look into how alternative risk sharing could be used to make the products more affordable. Perhaps it's possible for there to be a type of cross-regional approach of risk sharing between the risk pools. Perhaps guarantees could make the products more affordable. And here with the Global Shield Solutions Platform thematic window for the regional risk pools, it will be the risk pools' decision how they want to cooperate together in order to make their products more affordable. And this also means looking at the development of technology platforms that can better facilitate and lower the administration costs with these products by creating standardized approaches to the underwriting process as well as the claims management. And then thirdly, what the thematic window will work towards is greater implementation support. So here also we know that a lot of countries don't have the fiscal space in their budgets to invest in these products. And so here the thematic window would like to provide support through premium in line with the premium and capital support principles, as well as with the capitalization of the risk pools that can lead to more affordable products. We also want to look at the delivery channels that can be developed. So thinking about how new technologies and digital mechanisms can really facilitate the payouts of these products, which depending on the risk pool in the case of CRIF SPC should always come out within 14 days after an event, can really then also be targeted to reach specific ministry, to reach specific groups like agricultural and fisheries, as well as thinking about distribution channels like connections to social protection systems, which would allow you to target the most vulnerable groups. And then also the thematic window looks to provide the risk pools with greater support for the reinsurance premium. We know in recent years, especially that the reinsurance rates have gone up significantly, making these products more and more unaffordable. And so here, through the support of the different countries, the thematic window will work to negotiating these rates and offering better packages and terms to the regional risk pools. Thank you so much.
Donc merci à nos quatre premiers.
Many thanks to our first experts, thanks to whom we see how to anticipate and manage risks. The second panel will be about finance, about financing at scale and coherently initiatives for risk prevention and climate adaptation.
Merci. Donc nous allons passer à ce second panel.
Thank you. Let's switch to the second panel, thanks, during which we're going to talk about how we fund initiatives. Having a better knowledge of the climate-related phenomena, knowing how to reduce risk, there are other forms of action that exist. Within 40 years, the disasters risk have been multiplied by a factor of 5. Knowing that, and accordingly to the commitments made in the framework of the Paris Agreement, there has been a discussion about how to answer. Now we have to collectively answer in terms of adaptation, in terms of mitigation, so that we reduce and limit the risks. It's also echoed by the Secretary General of the United Nations, to which France has answered with the early warning systems, with the crews. Catherine Simonet will take the floor from the Agence Française de Développement, AFD, Climate Change Adaptation Expert French Development Agency. She will tell us what the AFD does. We'll talk about the cruise initiative in which France takes part, with Mr. Gerard Howe, Chair of the Cruise and Head Adaptation, Nature and Resilience Department, United Kingdom. He's also a member of the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office. And Mr. Eduardo Tavares, as well, with a precise example from Brazil, Secretary of State for Financial Instruments and Funds, Ministry of Regional Integration and Development, Brazil, Eduardo Tavares. Welcome. Thank you very much. Catherine Simonet is my name, AFD. For the sake of this panel, I would like to underline the fact that the conclusions adoption about losses and damages during the opening of the COP28 was a positive signal for this agenda, just like the financing announcements. But I find that this positive signal should echo what Mrs. Kraft reminded about during the first panel, which is the emergency for action. We have now to shift to action. It's not only about getting more money, but about using it more to a larger extent, implementing, using, in order to limit the impact, the consequences. Within the AFD, what we try to do is to upscale volumes and to make our adaptation fundings a quality one. The AFD has co-published in June, a paper to remind the commitments of the World Development Banks on the continuum, losses and damages management, etc. As you know, thanks to the panel, the AFD invests on the whole length of the value chain as far as risks management is concerned, in order to anticipate, manage, and answer, react. We have risk management experts, people who deal with natural disasters, and the AFD, in addition to everything that has been said, has developed dedicated tools like the contingency loans, which we have tried and used in Madagascar or in Mauritius, and also GRC political loans at the national level or in a state in India, which is at the regional scale. Via all these actions, the AFD wants to deploy a whole answers, reactions patchwork. It has to be diverse, it is diverse, and it has to be diverse. It's early warnings, it's about early warning systems, it's about loans, it's about many tools to use. It's a toolbox, it's not one tool. You need several tools to work properly. Of course, we still have lots of work to do, we are not out of the woods. If we were, we wouldn't be sitting here in Dubai. Together with our partners, we are thinking about the role that should be played by the World Development Banks. As for the losses and damages funds, we identified 4 margins of progress for which partnerships, and in particular the partnerships we talk about today, are important. The first is about knowledge. We lack knowledge on certain losses and damages dimensions, huge ones. In order to better and precisely understand the risks, we lack knowledge from that point of view. We've heard about the scale discontinuity we're dealing with in terms of climate information and investments. The situation requires lots of investments in knowledge building, expertise and knowledge about the slowly evolving risks, the complex ones. I think it is extremely important. We think it is extremely important to invest in that. There's also the non-insurance risks and the non-economic, non-financial losses and damages. We lack knowledge from that point of view. Some things are priceless. We want to enhance and improve the support to research, partnerships with associations like Météo France. We also have to meet the needs, lending additional and dedicated funds to the losses and damages toolbox with appropriated, with adapted tools which consume lots of grants. It's important to remind about it. You need grants for technical assistance for these various domains. You need additional means. We also have to work in a better articulation prospect between the humanitarian development nexus. Natural disasters are going to grow worse, perhaps not in France, but in the Indian Ocean, in terms of impact, in terms of consequences, as Mrs. Leroux precisely said. So you have to limit the risks, you have to assess them, and if we're not able to only anticipate them, we have to better articulate our work with humanitarian help for the answer to be dedicated. We don't have any humanitarian mandate as a development agency. We need to work fast. You know, we are doing our best to work fast, and I'm not saying anything off the top of my head now. But we are also trying to develop tools, dedicated tools to double shot tools, in order to get fundings quicker at first, and then second shot in order to develop long-term adaptation development projects shortly after, or not shortly, but after a natural disaster. We've been talking a lot during this COP about creating dedicated financing tools in order for the countries to get cash rapidly, shortly after, right after a natural disaster. The speaker is mixing English with French now. Priority finance is one of these solutions. We're thinking about the contingency loans and about adaptive tools or debt suspension possibilities, for which the IFD has developed different tools during this COP. Lots of work ahead, of course, but we will be fighting further and with our partners around these topics.
Okay. Bonjour à tous. Pardon-moi, je vais parler en anglais. Get that right. Hi, I'm Gerard from Cruise.
Je suis Gerard de Cruise, qui est une initiative d'avertissement précoce. Merci Jennifer d'avoir parlé de nous. C'est 100 millions de dollars, un fonds comme ça, qui travaille sur 29 projets régionaux et nationaux. Tout ça pour créer des systèmes d'avertissement précoce. Maintenant, 80 millions de projets.
Next few years, and I think our value is to seek, to learn, to link, to apply, and to scale. And I'll talk through a little bit of that at the moment. And thank you to colleagues for really interesting presentations. I wanted to make one general remark, and then two general remarks, and then a little more. The first is it's really clear that across this piece of adaptation, of building resilience, of responding to climate impact, we need much more and much better quality finance. We hear that everywhere we go. And that's going to be really important, and maybe we'll touch on that. The second is that I'm sure you've all noted this as well. This COP has been marked by great progress outside the negotiating rooms on a whole set of things, and I think really difficult work within the negotiating rooms. And it is incumbent upon us all to try and bring that progress outside to the inside, so that the GST, for example, and I know we're in the sort of the really difficult throes of that at the moment, really thinks about what it means to have quality early warning systems that are people-centered, and we really think that link through. So I think that's a general exhortation to us all, rather than something specific, but the power, the creativity, the demand, the learning here has to feature there too. And I think we are all delighted to see that early warning and early action is finally attracting increased attention and funding, and practice is starting, but only starting, to move towards potential. We still see this enormous gap despite the great work of colleagues here, and I think there is more to do. But we saw earlier on, I can never remember even what day it is, let alone what week it is, but earlier on in this period of COP, the Secretary General of the United Nations calling for that massively increased attention to early warning systems, and I think people stepping up and giving their contributions and showing leadership. So I think that is really, really important. If I may speak just briefly for the UK for a moment, we just published a new development white paper that sets out the fact that we need to make 7 strategic shifts. One of those strategic shifts is to build resilience and adaptation at scale. In that white paper, we recognise the economic value in investing in early warning systems. I think we say it makes absolute sense. And therefore, the UK is delighted to be doubling its contribution to cruise, but that is built upon, and I have to pay real tribute to our French colleagues here for their leadership and vision on cruise. Ambassador Crouzet led cruise for a while and was incredibly effective. I was honoured to follow him. But also our colleagues in Canada, in Luxembourg, in Switzerland, in Monaco, and we're looking forward to hearing from Austria and Norway, I hope today, actually. But it's vital that our work is people-centred, that it's at scale, and it is country-led and integrated. So when I think about early warning systems, I always think about those things. Moving to scale with the urgency, Catherine, that you just set out, actually, but moving to scale, being people-centred throughout, because information without action is basically a stranded asset. And that it is relevant and integrated within the country context. And the work from Météo France and with WMO today has been a really good example of looking at that full chain and providing warnings that are meaningful for people. And the key is working together, is bringing those institutions, so bringing prediction and warning, bringing the science alongside disaster management and alongside Red Cross, Red Crescent societies. And again, Cyril, in the example you showed, putting that alongside a World Bank resilience program in Mozambique, which can get that action through and then through their delivery chain, is really important. So that scale requires us putting coherence and alignment at the centre of our thinking, and always thinking about the system and collectively spotting the weakest link in the system. Because again, it's a truism, forgive me, but if we are not addressing the weakest link, then again, we are not going to have the impact that we like, and we need to be honest with ourselves about that as we go. And we're really pleased to be working with AFD and GCF and Cruise and the European Commission in the Indian Ocean. And what that's done is given us a blueprint for thinking about scale. So I'm really pleased we now have the GCF Cruise scaling up framework, which is to say, we as Cruise, we're not that large. I mean, those numbers I gave at the start are reasonable, but we've got to be looking towards the contributions to the GCF. The UK made a $2 billion contribution. We've seen the American contribution, others are making significant. So that we can say we have a 25 million scaling up framework that allows partners fast access to GCF funding to really get to scale. And we're looking forward to working with colleagues in Africa and AFD on the African side of that as we go forward. So just a thank you overall for the leadership of the people in this room, for bringing those constituent elements together. We want to play the best part we possibly can. That's something we keep talking about. We're looking forward to our steering committee meeting in Cambodia and Laos next year to see how that is applying in country, because that's where it really, really matters, and where we can support and scale effective people-centered warning systems, early warning systems, then we will. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, good morning, everyone. Thanks for having us here. Today in Brazil we are facing cyclones, dries, floods, an increasingly climate crisis and extreme events. We also face socioeconomic inequity, inadequate infrastructure and limited access to essential services, amplifying the vulnerability of populations to disasters. Indigenous population and rural communities face an additional threats related to deforestation and wildfires. To reach resilience and protect the people and the environment, aligned with Sendai Framework and 2030 Agenda, we are building our first national civil protection and defense plan with UN, integrating subnational states, cities, communities, and general public. We are also strengthening the Integrated Disaster Information System of Brazil, and just launched this year the Digital Atlas of Natural Disasters. On an international agenda, we are also talking to multilateral banks such as NDB to raise capital for our development funds that can reinforce our programs. This year, we approved a law that allows part of the environmental fines, including those resulting from disasters such as Brumadinho and Mariana, to be allocated to a specific fund for civil defense. And as the last news, this year we are launching a cell broadcast with the Ministry of Communication, an innovation that allows message alerts on all cell phones in the region at risks, regardless the operation or user prior registration, providing instant reach, audible warning, even in a silent mode, and overlaying the message on the phone screen. The objective is to increase the efficiency in preventing risk for population and saving more lives. This novelty did not require direct contracting for government. It was a counterpart in partner with the operators and the federal regulator, Anatel, an example of thinking about new ways to deliver faster for the population. We heard about how hard it is to get funds, right? And I think we just talking before and how we can think new ways to deliver public-private partnership. I know it's a lot of new ways in the table to deliver to the people the new technology that we are now sharing, right, in COP. I think it's a good place to share. So thank you and hope to see you soon, especially in this crew movement. Thank you.
Je souhaite...
I would like to thank someone joined us for the second panel. He will talk about adaptation, right? Arpon Fakrodin, adaptation policies, please.
Good morning, everyone. Apology for running late. Last night it was 1 o'clock in the morning, actually. The negotiation has been finished. On behalf of GCF, it's been a pleasure to be here. And as you maybe know, that last week our executive director has been announced a couple of initiatives that we already taken. One of the largest was, which has been announced in UNGA, early warning for all, $150 million pledge, where all the 4 partners are actually designing a 7 countries project to demonstrating an overall early warning for all initiatives, and additional 12 countries will be supported as a pipeline development. But other than that, we also have several other framework has been adopted recently, which is a cruise SAP upscaling framework. So if any country able to demonstrate a cruise successful project, the country is eligible to come up with a fast track project under that cruise framework. At the same time, we also have a SAP early warning fast track. So even because we understand that early warning for all, or early warning is a Paris Agreement 7 as well as Paris Agreement 8. So, and that's actually our mandate as a GCF to support an implementation of Paris Agreement. And that could come also under a short application process, any of the early warning project if the country wants to bring together. So far, GCF has been invested around $600 million actually to enhancing the early warning systems. In our new strategy, we have allocated more than 50 to 60 countries would be upscale, either 0 to 1, which is basically the basic or services, or maybe enhanced capacity for early warning systems overall. But what actually as a GCF we like to see, the early warning is not only for saving lives and reducing the damage of the property. We want to see one step further, which is actually how early warning can create a risk-based decision-making culture by the sectors. And ultimately, that leads you to understanding a probabilistic or scenario-based loss and damage understanding. So once you have those kind of culture and as well as calculation process, that may enable us to future to accurately understand what is your loss and damage. And while actually the loss and damage fund getting mature, a institutional mechanism, this kind of process, the early warning system would be helping country through maybe a San Diego framework or others, how actually they could claim or understand what is climate-related excess loss and how they can actually claim those kind of things. So that's basically our vision to see the country, how they can evolve that kind of process, and we are quite committed to support that process. And what does it transform in terms of monetary value, that 50 to 60 country, as you maybe saw that a $12.8 billion has been pledged already made for the climate financing over the next 4 years, so which indicates that around, we'll be actually spending around $500 million to $1 billion for early warning for all initiatives. And we alone cannot do these things. We need the countries, we need the partners all together to this journey. And we really work together to see how we can actually create an enabling environment through the 4 pillars as well as other partners and other donors who is actually supporting to the country to enhancing the early warning for all initiatives and implementing the process. Thank you.
Donc je pense que
I think that the discussions were very rich in both panels. I think that we can remember that science and data gathering is a very complex thing, but that can give us a better understanding in the anticipation and management of risk. Mr. Oas has said that that training is necessary to implement actions. It's true, the action cannot be conducted with no information. We understood also that there's an emergency for acting, and the adaptation is necessary in all regions in the world. With a stress for some regions, like in the Pacific. That's why France wanted to engage in these questions since the creation of CRUZ at the COP28, and we talk about the importance of early warning systems, all that in the context of loss and damages. We saw precise examples: the Rio program, CLIPSA, CRUZ, Global Shield, Green Fund, which allows us to remain positive. We have to allow to these actions to become more important and to support them more. We've seen with Brazil, who's implemented a map of natural disasters. So Brazil is making a priority of his actions with this. So thank you for being with us today. Thank you to all the participants thanks to whom we could understand how to better anticipate and deal with climatic risk. Thank you very much.
Ah oui, c'est vrai. Bonjour à tous, merci.
Hello everyone, thank you for being here at this event dedicated to nature-based solutions. Just one thing, if the noise is disturbing, you can use the headsets and you choose the French or the English to avoid these. I'm Paul Estef of the French community of the UCF. We are happy to host you to analyze these approaches to take on environmental challenges with all the signals of the state of biodiversity. We all know it's alarming. And the question that we're dealing here with is the better solutions. It's how to deal with thanks to decisions in 28, but also in the World Balance 2023. Although it's recognized at the world scale, this concept that answers these crises deserves to be correctly defined and used. Our program will comprise in-depth presentations of the concept of the solutions based on nature with concrete examples, and then with key interventions or speeches. First, a little bit of story. The concept that was created between 2005 and 2009 with the preservation of biodiversity and of human well-being, all the services given by ecosystem to our society. That's what we call ecosystemic systems. These systems were emphasizing the importance of the forest to fight against the climate change by capturing and preserving the CO2. And it was recognized also in Paris in 2021. And then a more specific definition has been adopted in Hawaii. A definition, but also a motion to encouraging the states to fight against climate change, and also challenges like water health and food safety. This definition, based on the IUCN, was then adopted by 2022 by the UN Environment. These two definitions are very similar and talk about the same elements. To be identified as nature-based solution, it has to have two aims. The answer to a world challenge and the preservation of biodiversity. That remains to connect the well-being and the preservation of nature and the meaning of restoring and protecting our natural environment. So, three components of this solution based on nature. It has to, these are actions to protect, sustainability, manage, and restoration of natural and modified ecosystems. These actions are implemented to take on challenges, environmental changes. These are actions to protect, sustainably manage, and restore natural and modified ecosystems, to respond directly to social challenges in an effective, adaptive way. I want to define such a project. Is it really based on ecosystems? Does it answer a challenge, social and a societal challenge? And a third one. Then we'll adopt a standard. I will tell you about it a little bit later. Just to remind you, it seems important because sometimes we have problems to define it. Solutions based on nature is a federating notion, like an umbrella, because it's a big group of actions that are implemented in ecology or in the management of biodiversity. How to identify an SFN? The projects and to create a common language and a shared language. The IUCN created a world standard that can imply decision makers and other at all the stages. All that to increase the scale and to prevent negative consequences while minimizing greenwashing risks, also in the private sector. The 8 criteria apply to different contexts. I will not give you the details here, but they're important for the elaboration of policies and to help to take financial decisions and to take efficient measures in the field. It's like responding to societal change. What's the benefit for the society and for nature? Is the government really inclusive? And do the other activities have been taken in consideration? It's indispensable to choose this criteria. It's also logics of continuous improvement. You have to be at least acceptable on each one of these projects. A project that is not a nature-based solution may be an excellent project elsewhere, but it will just not have the level of a nature-based solution. The French committee has developed a guide to adopting global standard that you can find easily to apply the standard. For the implementation of this concept and to face these problems, it's important to emphasize the role of societies in the implementation of these policies available to the most vulnerable ones. It's also necessary to reconsider the place of civil society in world climatic action to reinforce the quality and the quality of finances. That's what we do in the PPI, program of initiatives created in 2006 by the FFM that has been managed for the French country by the IUCN. We want to reinforce the struggle for keeping the biodiversity. Strategy of global intervention based on support on critical mass of actors of African society that are influent and are able to reinforce the resources of their territories through the implementation of concrete projects. According to me, the civil society is the key actor for a fair climatic action. Example of a project. In the project supported by the PPI, we see ASED. It's a restoration of a city. They will be presented by you are director of research. ASED, that was in Benin, now it's called ASED Africa. You're also a researcher at the University of Abu and that Institute of Sciences and Environment in Geneva. I'm giving you the floor.
Merci beaucoup pour la
Thank you very much for this presentation. As Paulo said, following the general principles that has been forecasted, I would like to provide you with a tangible example of just how we implement this notion in Africa. Before I do so, I would like to mention two elements of context that will allow you to better understand why this initiative has come to life in Berlin. The first one being that whether it is because of opportunity or necessity, we have a long experience in terms of using natural resources to cope with social challenges. The SFN is an old thing in Africa. It's been there for some time. We have an intercultural context that is rather fertile in Africa. The industry now, the nature governance structure, we have various stakeholders here, political decision makers, money lenders, the civil society, and everyone has his or her own agenda. There can be discrepancies between those. You will agree that Western Africa is one context that can be different from some other one. You can get optimistically thinking people and some others that are far more cautious. It is essential in order to understand what the context is as for SFNs. So now the initiative that has been implemented in Berlin, what is it about? It's about regeneration. Abomey-Calavi is a city close to Cotonou being the economic capital of our country. The initiative brought by Assad in partnership with local stakeholders and with the BPI support. How did we start it? We observed the exponential growth during the last 30, 40 years. Many people who work in Cotonou sleep in this city, public officers among others. So there has been a bit of urban spread, city growth with suppression, with natural housing and fields used for agriculture vanishing. The consequences shown up with food insecurity, and then with biodiversity loss and the perverse consequences of climate change such as floods and extreme heat events. In cooperation with Abomey-Calavi and other local stakeholders, we've proposed a package with 3 solutions which I'm going to describe. The first solution was to manage earth resources. This solution aims at solving food security issues, which are social issues. In terms of space, we've trained around 50 youngsters with a food and agricultural agricultural food production path. This was the first solution. Then, the second thing, we identified a certain amount of administrative reserves, which we turned into leisure-oriented gardens. It's a reconnection space, it's social space between people and nature as well. The third solution is what we called targeted tree planting, and canopy plan. The canopy plan because then that answers three basic questions. Where should we plant trees for it to be strategically consistent in the city? Why strategically? Because the aim is to have 2 spaces. You have a productive space and non-productive space put in place in the framework of the first solution. As you remember, you have the ecologic thing, and then you have the leisure-oriented public spaces. The third one is about planting trees so that you reconnect all the spaces, the public spaces that have been created so that you get a green infrastructure that is up to scale in city planning terms. So where do we plant trees? For it to make sense, so that you don't get cut in 3 years' time. What kinds of trees should we plant for them to benefit people and for them to be climate resistant, to today and tomorrow. The third and last question being what the best way will be in terms of putting in place this silviculture. We want trees to make it in the long run. We should start, practically speaking, next year. So, as you see, 3 solutions that we started to implement more or less 2 years ago, by the beginning of 2021. We've learned a couple of lessons which I would like to share with you. The first one being that the nature-based solutions notion remains quite abstract. I was saying earlier that the cultural pool is rather positive, but the notion remains abstract because UCL is best to for the limits of the notion to be less blurred than they are. It requires transparency about what SFN is and what it isn't. We need to be transparent, showing that just as we can use nature-based solutions when trying to solve social issues, some others can be less long-lasting, but efficient, quickly. Some decision makers, political decision makers, can prefer we've shown the cost benefit. That was the first lesson. Second lesson, the nature-based solutions are efficient at a consistent scale. We're not saying that just using those 3 solutions we're going to solve all the food security issues at the scale of the city, but in a concerted manner other stakeholders might put in place actions, similar actions, and then we can make it. Third lesson that we've learned: the nature-based solutions make sense only in a time frame which asks the question about the economic viability and about the bankability of those approaches. Just to give you an example, the non-productive green spaces require maintenance. Who is to be in charge? The city can't afford it, so we're thinking about how to mobilize companies that are active in the surroundings to help us to contribute to the maintenance costs. The last lesson, the most important one, is linked with the participation and the inclusion. The participation and inclusion are 2 key principles and founding principles of the nature-based solutions. But the participation and inclusion come with a cost. They are not free in terms of time and in terms of financial resources. So you have to take into consider both factors when you formulate the project, when you finance your project, when you fund it, and as you go through it. So we've learned how to put into practice these 3 solutions package in 2 years, which wasn't easy. We had to negotiate for 6 months in order to meet the objectives of the project. So that's lesson number 4. I remain open to questions should you have some. Thank you for your attention.
Stéphanie Vouzy now. Stéphanie, you are Secretary General of the French Fund for the World Environment, the FFM. Since September 2018, you are also a member at the Council of the Fund, Jeff. You have 30 years of experience and you are specialized in development, the agriculture and sustainable energy, and you devote yourself to concile the preservation of environment. Not bad, not bad. He's read the whole official bio of the FM. For those who do not know the FFM, I will give you a few words. The French Fund for the World Environment, it's a public fund that's been created in 1904 by the French state to co-finance innovative projects for the preservation of the environment, also for development in the southern countries. Since 1994, we found 400 projects have been co-financed by our fund, and we're trying to cover all the components of the environmental crisis. Climate, of course, but also biodiversity, degradation of soils, pollution, and international law. So we cover all these subjects with an objective of integrated approach to cover precisely the convergence of the components of the environmental crisis projects that cover climate, biodiversity, and pollution at the same time, and research of transformational dynamics. So we're not trying to finance innovation for innovation. What we're trying to do is to have several projects that give solutions or to test solutions around the same environmental subject. And based on this, to capitalize, to draw lessons, to share the good practices and the functioning solutions, and also to share what has not worked. This is our DNA. Second element, we have an approach really directed to pilot projects as close as possible to local populations. So very early in this, we thought about this thing very early, and it has to be also connected with the higher straits. With the local thing is never to be forgotten, but together with state, international, and so on. So we are happy of the result when we see the examples of the said or 200 other beneficiaries, and our things are still active after 10, 15 years of after our help. So it's a success. We have partners who are present in the long run, close to their populations in their locations, and who implement solutions, basically those who are based on the nature. I'm sorry, okay. For those who want to know more of the FFM, you can scan these QR codes and have at the same time our sum up and our activity report. What I wanted to share is that we co-finance innovation, but with a large approach. It's not only technological innovation or technical. We'll talk about it later, about things that we don't necessarily finance, but about important innovations, but also organizations, social and other innovations, new governance modes, and the implications of the civil society in the management, community management, whether it's city solutions like those who have been presented by Rodolphe, or solutions of management of forests, mangrove zones, and so on and so on. We, behind what we want, and I forgot one QR code. I'm sorry. You can find it on the internet side of the FFM. What we're trying to do is to capitalize based on these lessons on what we've learned. We've done it, for example, on projects of nature in city in Latin America. That's a link with which was done in Benin. In Latin America, in Guatemala City, we've supported projects of a green belt. I've never been there, but I know that there is a very low degree of vegetalization, a very mineral city, and also canyons that cut the city, and there are floods and ground slides with every extreme event, meteorological event. And these canyons have been revitalized first by an ONG, an organization of civil society, and then by the city, and then by private actors who wanted to refresh the city. People were feeling more safe than before. So I can walk during the weekend, and we have another example in Santa Fe in Argentina. We've capitalized recommendations based on these examples. We have the same thing on the restoration of mangroves. That's another example of the nature-based solutions. Initiative Mangrove, you can see it on Google. You write Initiative Mangrove FFEM, where practitioners and researchers, because the science role of science is very important in the sustainable implementation of nature-based solutions. Around the digital table, we have practitioners, we have researchers, we have sources of finances who work on the best solutions to be implemented to restore the mangroves in an efficient way. My last message is that we need to continue to develop this integrated approach with these solutions based on nature, which will mitigate and adapt, will help in these things, and will be excellent. Also work for the biodiversity, and will fight against the desertification, like Benin, and preservation of water systems. It's extremely important with these solutions to continue to find convergent solutions that work for the climate, and that will look for benefits, co-benefits for societies, for populations in socio-economical terms and well-being terms. We'll continue to look for innovations that promote, that foster these benefits and co-benefits. It's interesting to discuss now on the biocar solution that can bring certain answers, complementary answers to these elements.
Good morning to everyone. Very happy to share with you some of the insights of what we have been developing through the Biochar alongside with my colleague Julie Klein. Sustainable forest management is clearly one of the nature-based solutions. And as far as we are concerned, it is the first step prior to the production of sustainable biochar. Let me remind you in 2 words what is Suez. Suez is a water and a waste treatment and recovery company actively present in 40 countries and addressing challenges of municipal and industrial customers. By their nature, I would say, our businesses are at the heart of the sustainable development challenges. For more than 160 years, we have been innovating in order to preserve water resources and creating value from waste. But we are at a turning point somehow. Climate change, scarcity of resources, energy crisis, and unprecedented violent climate events. To achieve carbon neutrality, it is absolutely essential to capture, store, and recover excess CO2, and biochar can help in this journey. We will develop the concept of biochar in the coming minutes. But what are we talking about? What is biochar? Most people would think that biochar is a scalable carbon sink, and they are right. But biochar is also, and first of all, a high-value material that can be integrated in a large amount of products, activities, and services. it can even replace carbon-intensive material in most of those activities. It sequesters the atmosphere carbon that was previously absorbed by plants through photosynthesis, and we know that there is a lack today. And it helps also to value residual biomass. Lots of countries are facing the issue of management of poorly valued biomass. This poorly valued biomass is often burned after the harvest, creating environmental damages. Transforming this biomass into biochar is then an excellent option. Just a few figures about biochar and how biochar can help mitigate climate change. From the Paris Agreement, a number of targets have been set up. For example, the GHG emissions should be reduced down to 10 gigatons of equivalent CO2 per year in 2050. Biochar has a huge potential for sequester 10 to 20% of what is needed. It is huge. It is only the beginning, but it is huge. But of course, we shall never forget that we are presenting today a solution, a sequestration solution that does not prevent us to do the heavy work of a decarbonization effort. Biochar is then an additive contribution and not the only solution. So what is biochar? It is the smart combination between nature-based solutions that were presented before and technology-based solution. It takes advantage of an already concentrated source of carbon. The dry matter of plants is 50% carbon, and it is the most mature and less capex intensive as compared to most of the other solutions. And it has numerous co-benefits. The permanence of sequestration within the biochar is very high and is higher than the one that we find in other solutions. And as I said before, and as it is going to be explained in a minute, it can be reused for numerous other activities, and it's compatible with the preservation of the biodiversity. So when we see all those elements, we do believe that there is a huge need to invest into that solution, which is at the beginning of its journey, but Julie will tell you much more about it. Thank you very much.
Yes, so good evening, good day everybody. My name is Julie Klein and I'm going to dive deeper inside the business model of biochar. So as you have already seen, the biochar has a very huge potential to sequester carbon and to help reach the collective goal we have all together to sink carbon, to sequester, to lock carbon. I mean 10 gigatons in 2050, as Cyril already said. So now we just have to scale up the solution because biochar is a promising solution.
C'est une solution prometteuse, mais nous devons augmenter l'échelle pour bénéficier de son potentiel. Alors comment on va faire? Allons, voyons de près cette solution. Le modèle, le business model est assez simple, comme vous verrez. La première chose dont on a besoin pour produire du biochar, c'est la biomasse. Alors quel type de biomasse? On pourrait dire l'Ineus biomass, c'est celle qui est marron et celle qui ne peut pas être transformée en biogaz. J'expliquerai plus tard quel type de biomasse. Alors ça passe par un processus technologique qui s'appelle pyrolyse. C'est en fait de réchauffer à haute température comme 550 degrés dans une atmosphère vide, sans oxygène. Donc chauffe cette biomasse pendant quelques minutes et ça crée deux produits. Là, le biochar, qui est une fraction solide. Le biochar a environ 80% de carbone. Ce carbone est séquestré de manière durable, donc il ne reviendra pas dans l'atmosphère, mais il sera utilisé d'une autre manière que je vais expliquer plus tard. Le deuxième projet qui est produit grâce à la pyrolyse est un gaz qui s'appelle syngaz, et ce syngaz qui vient de cette biomasse contient toujours beaucoup d'énergie, parce que le syngaz a beaucoup d'énergie. Cette énergie est récupérée pour les besoins du process, pour sécher, pour faire la pyrolyse. Et cet excès d'énergie doit être recouvert localement, doit aller pour des fins industrielles ou rentrer dans le réseau local. La troisième chose qui est produite grâce à c'est ce qui s'appelle le CDR, Carbon Dioxide Removal Credits, c'est comme ça que ça s'appelle. Ceci est vendu sur les marchés dans une tonne. Il y a vraiment des tonnes de CO2 le CO2 est séquestré dedans. Ça veut dire 2,5 équivalent pardon. C'est dû au fait que le biochar est composé de moins de 80% de carbone. Donc c'est une source très concentrée de carbone. Donc comme vous pouvez voir, le modèle business est facile. La première chose,
Thing again to begin with this journey of producing biochar and locking carbon. And which type of biomass will we focus on? Each type of residues that are ligneous, as I said, brown, for example, coming from forestry, coming from wood transformation, wood industries. Secondly, coming from urban landscaping, the cutting of the trees, for example. It could be to agro or agri residues coming from food industries, food industries, for example, such as sugarcane bagasse, ice crust, cocoa pod, coffee, and so on. And to finish with, we could also use clean waste wood, and there are lots everywhere in the world. Clean waste wood could be turned into biochar too. And these different types of biomass must have some characteristics. First of all, it has to be poorly valued biomass. I mean, it has to be a residue, a biomass that is not only valued in another value chain, a waste, we could say, a biomass that is just waste, no recover. And this way, we will help solve a problem, as Cyril has already tell before. So solve a problem, an issue that is, what do we do with this waste? In lots of countries, biomass is just burned after the harvest, producing lots of toxic fumes that causes environmental and health problems. So turning it into biochar, giving it a value, is a way to solve a problem of waste. The second characteristic is that biomass must be centralized. We won't begin by collecting the biomass in the fields. The biomass has already to be centralized in 1, 2, 3 points. And the best way to do that is to work with factories that are producing this biomass. For example, factories of food industry, wood industry, sawmills and so on, that are producing the waste and just can let us to the biochar. And the best way is to implement the factory, the biochar factory, just right, just next to the food producer, for example. This way we decrease the transport and we are able to valorize, to recover the energy in excess inside this factory that is also producing the biomass. Third thing is that the biomass has to be secured for at least 10 years, 15 years, of course. The price of the biomass has to be free or with a gate fee because it's a waste or at a lower price if possible. So that's all about biomass, but bear it in mind because this is the first step of the journey of the biochar. So we are looking for biomass. We at Suez can't do it alone. So if you've got biomass in your activities, please get in touch, and we would like to have an exchange with you. Second thing to go on this journey is to find a place, find a land to implement the factory. The best way is to implement it just near the biomass source, as I said, to decrease the transport. So the nearest, the best. This place should also have the potential to recover the energy we produce in excess. For example, to heat, to dry, in food process or in a sawmill process and so on, in wood process and so on, or in local network, urban network and so on. So this is the place to find. Around 1 or 2 hectare is needed. It's not so much, with common utilities, of course, with water and power. And another thing really important to think about is what will we do with the biochar? Because the biochar, as Cyril said before, is a material. It's a high-value material. It's not just about storing carbon deep inside the earth or in the sea. It's about turning carbon into a high-value material that has to be used. It's part of the model. It has to be used, and we at Suez have identified 7 sequestration carbon markets, plus 1 market that helps to avoid fossil emissions. So biochar can be used, for example, in low carbon materials. Biochar can replace up to 20% of cement in concrete. And it means that replacing cement, it helps to decrease the emissions due to cement too, because as you know, cement is has a high carbon footprint. So replacing cement by biochar is a double chance to fight against climate change, of course. It can be used in anaerobic digestion to produce more biogas. It can be used to feed ruminants. As you know, animals that are ruminants emit lots of methane. They are responsible for a lot of methane emissions. And feeding them with a very small part, like a food supplement with, for example, biochar or other food are possible too, helps to decrease the methane emissions. So it's a very hopeful solution to deal with climate change. We can use biochar to replace peat in soil amendment, in plant nurseries, in forestry, to help to help increase the vegetation in urban cities and so on. So there are lots of usage of biochar, not only one, and we at Suez can't do it alone. We need industries to help us. We can't do all this R&D alone, so yeah, it's a collective effort to put on scale the biochar industry. And to finish with just 1 or 2 things about the needs of the biochar industry. What do we need right now? Biochar is a new industry, so as all new products, services or activities, we need normalization and standardization of biochar and its application. Suez is already involved in that, and Suez is taking part of the ISO group working on that. So this ISO group will publish soon, as soon as possible, I hope, a biochar norm and then applications of biochar norm. Okay. Second thing we are needed is R&D, and I have just said a word before, R&D to develop and to secure the different biochar applications, because there are lots of applications. Biochar is a high-value material, keep it in mind. It's not only a carbon sink. So we have to secure the biochar applications, and we need help to do this. We are committed, we are already committed in a very high, very ambitious R&D program. Suez is committed to involve to a 40 million euros R&D program on CCUS, among with biochar. But we need other industries to go with us. And a few words about the strengths we can count on. So the first one is a huge amount of poorly valued biomass that is available on the world. the most on the tropical area, of course. And this is the first step of the journey. So please bear it in mind. We need the biomass to turn it into the biochar. The biomass is already composed of about 50% of carbon on dry matter. Compared to what we've got in the atmosphere, maybe 420 parts per million, the biomass is already a really concentrated material in carbon, so this is the best way to recover it. Second strength we've got is a strong demand for high-quality carbon dioxide removal credits, and it going faster and faster. Just a few examples. Microsoft bought this year around 81,000 tons of carbon credits coming from biochar. And Microsoft, the same, aims to buy 5 million tons of CDR in 2030. I'm not sure the market will be able to provide it, and it's only Microsoft. So the demand is growing faster and faster for high-quality carbon credits. Another strength is, of course, the numerous priority markets application we have already seen. So lots of jobs to do with this. And to finish with the favorable evolution of carbon accounting, of regulation, and just a word about European Union. There is a new regulation that is called RED III, for Renewable Energy Directive 3, published a few days ago, that prioritizes and classifies the use of biomass, and the top priorities are material and carbon sinks. Biochar is just in the target. So that's it for me. I let the floor to Cyril for the ambitious of Suez.
A few words of conclusion on first the ambition of Suez. We have, because what we need, the theory seems to be beautiful, but we need facts and we need products and we need to move forward. So the first reference is under construction. It will be finished at the end of 2024, and it will produce 10,000 tons of certified biochar. The objective on this plant in Port-Cartier, Canada, is to add one and two and a second extra production line in order to be able to reach 30,000 tons per year of biochar. So what do we want to do? We want to develop the Port-Cartier model. The Port-Cartier model is a model where we, together with partners, because the partnership is absolutely essential if we want to tackle the issue that we have in front of us, that with partners to duplicate this model, and we have around 20 additional sites that are already foreseen for 2035, with the ambition of reaching a production of 350,000 tons per year of biochar. And the leads are identified everywhere in the world. There is no specific region of the world where it is most favorable. Obviously, when you have lands that are full of forest, it helps. But it's not the only solution, and several projects are being developed in Africa, in Latin America regarding the biochar. So, what is our... Il y a un slide de plus, quoi?
Do we have an additional slide?
Clearly, it's not to put Suez at the forefront of the solution. Suez is just part of the solution, bringing a technology that could help, alongside with partners, to develop this biochar product that we believe is one of the steps that we need for the future in order to fight against the climate issue. We want to become a player and to do it collectively with partners in order to be able to scale up what we are trying to do, because otherwise we would go too slow. And finally, we are calling for people to join into this journey, because we do believe that it has a significant impact in what we collectively need to do in terms of fighting against climate change. Thank you very much. We are done.
On en a fini avec les présentations.
That would be about it as far as presentations are concerned, but we still have lots of time to answer the potential questions that might be asked by the audience. Thank you very much for these extremely interesting presentations, instructive. My question will be asked, I will ask it to people from Suez. Our sector is accountable for the most GHGs, so that biochar would be an interesting path if we are to reduce the carbon footprint of our sector, which is agriculture, to name it. In Benin, for instance, in the countryside, everybody knows that biochar is valuable in terms of consequences for the soil's fertility and for its regeneration. But the basic issue is we can't, as it is now, transform, we can't upscale the agriculture waste. It's a money question. It's about the starting capital, equity. So the biochar production is made using wood barrels. It's a quite it's old techniques, so we have to conceive new ones. We need funding. We need modern installations so that producers, agriculturists can use those very efficient tools, by the way. Second thing, the reason why there is such a degree of deforestation is firewood. Biochar can be a part of the answer to that problem. So the fact people cut trees in order to have fire food. A part of the biochar can be used to cook at home as well. So that you win on both sides. All these marginalized populations that lack money, the money they would need to invest in biochar, I think I said it all, but it's both sides. People need solutions, and I think biochar is a double solution. So are there solutions that are conceived and designed for those very populations, the poorest? Now, as for nature-based solutions, it's very interesting, but the challenges have been identified as for African countries. For the BPI project's implementation, I think it will come in handy to make the projects longer lasting, up to 2-3 years, especially as far as inclusive projects are concerned. It's a good thing to have all these stakeholders gathered around a given project. That would be about it for my proposals. I would like to answer the first part of your question. It's a pity you weren't sitting here during the panel, because your presentation is extremely relevant as far as the topic is and the needs are. You've pointed the right topic, which is the solution does exist. It's fairly simple, as Julie said, simple to implement, but we need to scale it up, and we need money to scale things up. We always need money. So it's also about calling money lenders, big international money lenders, to understand what are the qualities, what are the arguments, what is the case for biocar. That is one of the central elements if we are to create projects sizable enough to be profitable for the project itself and for its use to be massified, to be scaled up. Julie, do you want to add something? Yes, just indeed. Thank you for your remark. The difference between low technology biocar production and the industrial way we propose. The advantage, sound issues, the impact it has on people's everyday life, but be careful to gas value or the gas valorization or non-valorization. Sometimes gas is just burnt, which means sources of pollution. So we have to be cautious when it comes to low-tech solutions. Be cautious; they are quite dangerous. Low-tech biocar production means burning, means smoke, means pollution, and this is why high technologies have to be upscaled, especially given the fact that the tropical countries are the ones where you have the most non-valorized gases, and they are also the ones that need the more badly need money. So there is a true topic. We need aid, we need health, FFAM, for example, and others.
Ok. Merci beaucoup. Moi, c'est Josué Aruna.
Thank you very much. I work with Congo Basin Conservation Society. I think that's very relevant, this initiative. The question is to know, do you, in your pack, do you plan to transfer competences? Because we started with technologies at the international level. I'm giving you an example in Africa. In our country, we're promoting the agroecological transition. That requires this link, and this link transfer competences with local communities that manage the forests, and the biocar could be a source for the forests. That would allow us to restore these degraded zones. Because there is this principle. Is there such a principle in your pack? The starting point is that to transfer knowledge, you need to have it. We are learning. We are at the very beginning of the trip. It's clear, but of course, when I'm talking about partnership, is to act in a way so the competence transfer. Once we'll have the solution to that, we have a pilot. We know it works. Now we're trying to build a first industrial factory, which will confirm, I hope, the results of the pilot. But I'm saying it's the first stage. So let's acquire together this first knowledge, and then, of course, we'll have to act in a way to transfer it. Because whatever happens, the problem which is as presented, it's not one company, one lender, and one country who will be able to bring this solution as we need it. So we need to multiply it, and we need to be able to make this knowledge transfer. I would just add something that I forgot to say during the panel. The biomass producer is an integrated part of the project. We want to have 3 co-investors, Rex Energy, Canadian, Suez, and the producer of biomass. This is indispensable to have the biomass in the long run. It's a community that will bring the biomass, is becoming the co-investor in the project. So the community is is definitely participating. I'm from Replanet Fund. We have valorizing technical solutions that are not very well known. We'll be very happy because we have identified biocar some time ago. So thank you very much for this. 3 questions. What do you understand by securing on 10-15 years? I understand that it's about supplies of in order to make the thing profitable. Second question: a few years the president of African Bank of Development, he said that he was giving a budget to repair the problems of bad burning. We need also look for finances there because as I said, the African Bank is ready to bring money. And finally, the real question is something that you don't have on the radar, is the quantity of energy necessary for the electrolysis process. As I understand that this energy is huge. Where is the energy coming from? How do you manage this? Of course, it has to be low carbon energy. Yes, thank you for your reflections. It's not electrolysis, it's pyrolysis. The pyrolysis functions. First, you need to dry the biomass. More it's dry, less energy is required. Are we talking about non-valorized residues, not wood? They have 40% of humidity usually, so it has to be dried to 0% of humidity, and then you put it at 550 degrees for 10 minutes. And this energy is coming from the biomass itself. As the schema I showed you, when you pyrolyze the biomass, there's huge amount of energy in the biomass. A part of it is the famous syngas that produces energy. When you burn it, this heat is used to make the mechanism work, because there is a lot of it. So we work on 2 lines of our technology. We'll have 60,000 dry matter yearly. We'll produce 80 gigawatt hours yearly of energy. It's a lot. It's huge. 30 of which will be reused in the process to dry and to increase the temperature for the pyrolysis, and the less is in excess. So that's 60 gigawatt hours. That's you can feed an industry with it. And in parallel, you need electricity, so the machines run. There is also electricity to be brought. The successful energy sometimes will probably be transformed in electricity. We're not fully matured on this matter, because the transformation is not giving good efficiency. So it's not operating. We prefer to valorize the heat itself, if possible. Yeah, congratulations for your presentation. This is me. Just wanted to tell you about the good sides of the biocar. That's the green carbon for African for African countries. There are techniques that work excellently, but there is also the closing of methane wells coming from fracking. Nobody's talking about it. They are 1,000 times worse than others. The biocar is the best solution to close the fracking wells. You put your car concrete and another layer, and it closes these wells.
Yeah, from the RETROUVEZ Foundation. We have a biochar project with rice biomass in Colombia. Can you tell me about the price and the market, please? About your experience.
Yeah, sure. About the price and the market, thank you for your project. The carbon dioxide removal market is well known and public. So you can go, for example, on cdr.fye. Or on puro.earth. This is websites. These are websites, and you can find the biochar carbon dioxide removal prices. It's around $120, $180 per CDR, per tons of carbon. So this is a public market. It's a voluntary market. It's not a mandatory market. Just separate the two. So this is a well-known and public market. About the biochar, it depends on the markets, of course. So in Europe, the market is not mature at all for the biochar as a high-value material. It's not mature at all, so the prices are very high today. We are not hoping to maintain this kind of prices over time because we will scale up the solution, so more and more biochar will be on the market. And about the energy, it depends on the country. Is it possible to recover it as a heat energy or to make electricity? So I do not know the market in Colombia, sorry for that. And the last point is about the biomass. So the biomass could be used with a gate fee. It means that the biochar producer is paid to treat the waste, if it's a waste, or at the contrary, sometimes the biochar producer is able to pay for the biomass. So the same, it depends on the market. I think that for rice husks, as it's rice husk, this is, yeah, as it's really a waste with no value chains, as far as I know, I think there is no market, no price to this waste. So I guess it could be a free input for the biochar pyrolysis. Actually, as a producer of biochar, the society, so it's not only Suez, it's Suez with Erex Energy and the biomass provider. 3 partners each time, and I insist, thanks to Mr. We need the biomass provider as an actor of the society, as a company, and the company that we will create together, that will own and operate the biochar plants, will sell the carbon credits here, the CDR, carbon dioxide removal credits here, yeah, on the voluntary market. Yeah, that's it.
Bonjour.
Hello, Dr. Amadousso from Guinea-Conakry. I have a question to the Secretary. Thank you very much. Yeah, there are many projects that are ongoing in Guinea as far as mangrove protection is concerned, and the preservation of the forests we have around the cities, some of which may disappear. I would like to know what are the funding mechanisms are. How do you help people in countries such as the Republic of Guinea? We have suburbs around Conakry, and we ask for financial and technical support. We are trying to cope with the issues on our own, but it's quite difficult to find sources of financement. There is goodwill among local associations and within the Ministry of Housing. So I wanted to use this opportunity to thank you for the clarity of your words. It was crystal clear. Feel invited to the Ghanaian pavilion. We could sign a cooperation agreement with you. Why not? To make things tangible. Well, thank you for the question. There are 2 scales here. First things first. And 2 scales, it really depends upon the size of the project. For small projects, of course, it depends on what you call small. What's small for one isn't necessarily small for somebody else, but as we speak about a few dozen million euros, like 30, 40 million euros, you have the Small Initiatives Program. They are called for projects for the small project initiatives, PPI. Paul can add a few words about it. And you need a local NGO to be the partner. It's important because the call for projects for the PPIs are made for NGOs from Western Africa or Central Africa. You also have a BPI for Northern Africa. And that's another thing. Or you have bigger projects, more sizable projects, which means you already have tested this and that the project is proven to be more viable, that there is a degree of materiality, that you are coming up with innovative solutions. That's an important criteria. Innovative solutions, in which case we can bring, without the BPI and the INUCN as middlemen, we can bring between 500,000 and 3 million euros in co-financement, which means you have to bring the same. I mean, if we are to put an X amount of money, we need the same one from the other side. There's always 50-50. Can be from local authorities or the money lenders or the central state in the respective African countries. Then what happens is the project is reassessed, and we are quite demanding in terms of how we define what's innovative and what's not, in terms of what is good for the environment, in terms of what it brings, what it means for populations, for people, but it's not only about nature. And then we have the whole story, the various steps, A, B, C, D, the phases, you can check them on our website. From the concept note to the moment where money ends up on the table, it's on average 1 year. And it's important to bear in mind that, innovation, double entrance, environment development, both sides, co-financement. That's mandatory. Hello, Christophe Isagel from the Queen Mary University in London. I'd have two questions. The first one would be for the representatives from Suez. I'm wondering about the bad use that might be made from materials. Do you have standards? Are you about to develop indicators for standards to be created? Some areas could be deforested in order to produce biocar, which would be a sequel, a negative sequel, a side effect, or a way to a perverse way to use something that is supposed to be virtuous. What would you like to develop in terms of nature-based solutions apart from that? Well, I'll start from the first question. You're right to underline the risk when it comes to the abuses that could be made. It does happen sometimes. We are extremely cautious from that point of view. Inside Suez, I didn't tell you earlier that as for the biomass we look for certificated biomass and with a high degree of traceability. We also have all the standards. We have the EBC, the European Biocar Certificate. It's a standard that you can find easily on the internet. The idea will be to standardize biocar production. You have a list of biomass categories that can be used to be eligible to the EBC. The list is positive. That's in terms of biocar production. Then you have standards about how to value carbon credits. It's not, it's not open bar. It's not chaotic. You have standards. You have various carbon future and others. I see Verise. Yes, I see all. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, there are standards. VCS as well. Which standards are extremely demanding. As for the biocar types, we can use our positive lists. And expectations that are quite demanding. The bar is quite high. In France, we often struggle with meeting the expectations in terms of wood waste. what you get in France. Not all the woods are meet the standards because we have other standards, French woods, which doesn't mean we are into deforestation in France, but the standards are different. It's relatively sufficient as for now. It's upon the producers themselves to be cautious about the type of biomass they are looking for. That's typically what we're doing within Suez. Additionally, first thing, as Cyril and Julie said earlier, biocar is not a nature-based solution. It's something at the crossroads between nature-based solutions and technology, or upcycling-based solutions, and technology-based solutions. We have a quite wide definition, quite broad one of what innovation means. We keep working on other techniques, other technologies. We are talking about rice waste. We also work with different things like gasogene and other things being at the crossroads between nature, technology. Nature-based solutions, as Paul was saying earlier, are based on ecosystems. It has to be good news for people, some talk about social challenges. I just said people come out and say. As far as the NBS, we would like to see upscale. We've been talking a lot about nature-based solutions within the cities. What urban growth, urban spread is. The fact we have more and more artificial lands, artificial uses. So there are several challenges we have to face, pitfalls we have to overcome, water drainage, food security, food scarcity within the cities. There are other topics around which we are mobilized, like mangrove restoration, mangrove recovery with huge benefits, but it has to make sense the way you do it. The goal, the objective is one thing, but you have to understand how it works. You have to test solutions. You have to try them out and draw conclusions. As for mangroves, we've backed financially 2-3 projects, and it appears clearly now that the recovery conditions should be a consequence of the hydro state, the situation in terms of water. And don't replace mangrove before you've performed the analysis, because should you replant in some places where the water loop is not sufficient, is not proper, your plans, it won't last for keeps. It will be short-termed. So pay attention to the way you act. Good intentions are not sufficient. You have to replant also the right species, which is yet another thing. You can base upon agroecology. What we do in Thursday FM, because we try to be an example, we try to not to use synthetic intrants. We might use biocar in the future, but agroecology is one of the nature of the NBS. And as Rodrigue was saying earlier, talking about Benin in Western Africa, about how important it is to cross-cut these topics with food topics in the cities. We can also use seeds, seeds. We have to understand what the needs are, what people need.
Hi, I'm with Statkraft. It's a Norwegian state-owned utility. I do carbon credits and RECs for them. I'm with Statkraft, Norwegian state-owned energy utility. I do carbon credits, RECs specifically for them. Very specific question on biochar. Talked about credits, but credits are quite volatile. Liquidity is quite questionable sometimes. How important is the actual product? How important is the actual biochar for the economics of this model? Number one. Number two is, we did talk about prices coming off, but is there basically a market for the biochar produce? You shared a really good example about your facility in Canada, EBC, biochar and all. Are there basically customers for this in and around that geography?
Yeah. Okay. Thanks for your question. It's a very important one. Is what we do with the biochar once it's produced, because it's a material. First of all, we have already told him a lot. So what do we do with biochar? There are lots of markets. I shown some of. It's not the more mature part of the business of biochar, of the model of biochar. It has to be work and rework and rework, and we can't be it alone, Suez. We need industries to go with us, to take part of the efforts, to create new products with biochar integrated in, to create new services, new activities, and so on. We've got some ideas. We put money on the table. I told about a huge amount of euros for CCUS R&D program. But we need more and more, and some applications are already existing, more or less mature. For example, replacing cement by biochar up to 20% of cement in the concrete is already done. There are some examples in the USA, in France too, companies that is already done it. Using biochar in the biogas plants to help stabilize the digestion and improve the biogas production is almost mature, and so on. So there are more and more things that are mature, but we still need an effort to stabilize it, to make it known, to make it famous, and to integrate more and more biochar in lots of value chains. I'm sure there are lots of other market applications that can be imagined. So please help us, and we will put it at scale. Yeah. Yeah.
Sur le prix des...
Yeah. Yeah, about the price. Price of carbon market, I have already... No, price of the biochar. Yeah, sure. It depends on the market. It depends on the market. As I said before, in France, in Europe, the market is not mature, so biochar can be sold sometimes more than 1,000 euro per ton. But it's too high. It's not the real price of the market. It's just because there is no offer, no biochar offer. In France, there are lots of craftsmen, I should say. It's not a high-scale production. It's small production, 200 tons, 400 tons, and so on. Probably high-quality biochar, certified biochar, but not so much biochar, so there is no offer. So there is not a real price for the market. Yeah. Sure. Tu veux ajouter quelque chose? Yeah.
Sorry, just follow up on that was, so we can't just make a model only on credits. It has to be on being able to sell the actual biochar as well.
Right. We need to sell the biochar afterwards. One of the applications that we have work on is to work with the feeding of the ruminants. Most of the people working in this industry already use chemical product to do that, and the difference of price is 1 to 10 between the biochar and what they are using today. So there is a huge market there for them to decrease their price of production of a liter of milk or anything else. So there is something very nice to be produced around biochar in this particular field.
Oui, bon, Thierry Clémanuc.
Thierry Clémanuc, one more time. Yes, there is a lot of things that we can do with the biochar. Green the Sahara. It's really one of the things that can be done and that we will do. And there are also new technologies that will allow to the biochar to become graphene. It will allow to build new type of batteries. So the product will be here, but the carbon credit will rise, which will make the countries of Biochar profitable. I have nothing to add, thank you.
Well, I'm coming from Peru, and in the Amazon region, the biochar is the beginning of agriculture in the jungle, so la terra preta de la Amazonía. And it's good for agriculture and this transformation to agroecology. So that a question for sell the credit, the carbon credit from this industry. It is already certificated. It has to be certificated by huge companies. There's already the protocols, and it must be a little bit expensive. So the scale is necessary for this kind of things. So what is the size of this scale to get the business ensemble together, like right? Come on, what is the minimum size for hire the certification to put some volume of credit carbons in the market and to do this business? Go.
Yes, thank you for the question. And just one thing before beginning, you're right, the biochar is not such a new product because it was already used as a terra preta lots of centuries ago in this part of the world, yeah. So it is a rediscovered product, yeah. What about the size? Actually, you're right, put on the market carbon dioxide removal credits can be expensive because, not expensive, but as a cost because of the certification, because of the traceability and so on. For example, just one example in France, to have the PEFC, that is quite the same as the FSC for forest certification. This is the first step to go to biochar certification. So first step is more or less €2 per cubic meter of wood in France. So it's not the same in Peru, of course, but just to have the certification that the biomass is produced considering sustainably management and so on as a cost. This step. After that, you have to go to carbon credits, to be auditable, so make a company come to audit and so on, and all of this as a cost. I don't know exactly, but sure it will be integrated into the value of the carbon credits, you know. If you sell the carbon credits $150 per ton, for example, one part of this will go to the audits, certifications and so on, yeah. And what about the scale? We at Suez, we decided to go for factories that will transform between 30,000 tons of dry biomass and 60,000 tons of dry biomass per year into 10 to 20 tons of biochar, 10,000 tons of biochar per year. And we think this is the right scale for us and our partners, RX Energy and the biomass provider. But not sure. I know other companies that are smaller and it's okay too, so it depends, yeah.
Remember that it should be kept as a local market because the cost of transportation of both the biomass and the biochar is something that is important and obviously doesn't go well with the emissions. So we need to keep it as a local market. Obviously, as a cost of production, to have it massified would be better, to have a unit cost that would be lower. But it will not get the other two solutions, treat the other two solutions, which are the transportation the cost and the place where we will use the final product. So small might be beautiful also.
Très bien. Je pense qu'on arrive à la fin de cette session. Je vous remercie à tous d'avoir assisté.
That would be the end of this session. Thank you for your participation, for your questions. If you would like to keep on chatting about the same issue, in the fact it's highly interesting, feel free to continue after the show. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, good afternoon. Welcome to this discussion about pathways to sustainability, post-Paris summit discussions on responsible finance. Because I don't like standing in the front of a room all by myself, I asked my wonderful panel to already join me up here on stage. I will be setting the scene shortly, and then we'll go into a really interesting panel discussion to take some of what's been really interesting and highly ambitious, but also actually really high-level commitments, and unpack them and see what it actually takes to make them a reality. So hopefully that's what you came here for, because that's what we'll be discussing. I'm joined here on stage, I think I have a slide with the pictures. Wonderful, there's a picture of me. I'm co-founder of the Climate Action Platform for Africa, which is a system orchestrator focused on climate positive growth in Africa. And then from my immediate left here, first we have Vicky Sins, I got it all wrong, Kimberly Abbott, sorry Kimberly, CEO of Vested Impact. We have Evans Osano, Director of Capital Markets, FSD Africa. We've got Vicky Sins on the far end. She's the Energy and Decarbonization Transformation Lead at the World Benchmarking Alliance. And we will be joined with pre-recorded statements by Adenike Oladosu, who's Director and Founder of I Lead Climate Action Initiative and a Nigerian youth activist. So let me set the scene here a little bit. Most of you probably are very familiar with the summit on a new global financial pact that was held back in June this year, and was quite a unique summit in that it offered an open platform for discussion, and there was some fierce discussion on the stage. It wasn't all sort of predefined statements, and there was some fierce discussion particularly between the Global North and the Global South. It concluded with the Paris Pact for People and the Planet, now called the 4Ps, and that really describes how we can scale up finance where the needs are greatest. So far, 38 countries have signed up to it across all the continents, which makes it a pretty global basis for a roadmap towards that. What was a key defining principle of the Paris Summit, and President Macron said that repeatedly, is that no country should be made to choose between poverty alleviation and development on one end, and climate action and living within planetary boundaries on the other. And it's important to make that statement because a lot of the debate is often fraught with that set of expectations and the idea that they're at odds with one another. Following Paris, the African Union then took that forward in the Africa Climate Summit, which happened early September in Nairobi. And the African Union there embraced the notion of climate positive growth. And climate positive growth is the notion that you cannot only generate growth and job creation without damaging the climate further, but actually Africa has the potential to grow to middle income status exactly by providing solutions to the global climate challenge. So not just saying, as the Paris Summit said, nobody should have to choose, but actually articulating, at least for many African countries, there's a real synergy here. By bringing global solutions to the table, as a green industrial manufacturing hub, as a big driver of removals, Africa can actually generate new economic pathways and jobs and livelihoods. And the African Union adopted that in the Nairobi Declaration at the Africa Climate Summit early September, and is bringing that forward, has brought that forward since in the General Assembly and some of the debates that are happening here. Obviously, we also had the Paris Peace Forum. Many of you may have an association with that, which brings together teams leading concrete solutions to global challenges and brings them together to learn from one another, but also engage with policymakers and decision makers. As powerful and as transformative as those summits hopefully were, they necessarily are also always a little bit high level. And the importance of today's discussion is to then actually take that forward and say, okay, now that we have a converging consensus in the world that we can actually generate inclusive economic growth in developing countries through climate action, but that actually needs others to come to the table to bring their finance, to open up their markets, to collaborate as real partners, what does that actually take? And how do we do that in a way that is fast enough, that leaves nobody behind, that is inclusive of indigenous communities, that rebuilds trust, of which we have unfortunately quite little left in this debate between the global north and the global south, and that sets us durably on a path to net zero and net negative. So that's really what we're going to talk about here today. The first contribution, as I said, is by Adenike. It will be a short video. It's a bit odd. I'm going to ask her a question. She has pre-recorded the video, so I'm going to read out the questions so that they align, but that you know what the thinking was in terms of the contribution we asked her to make. So the question that she recorded this video in response to is, could you delve deeper into why it's crucial, based on your country's, Nigeria's, experience, that financially capable entities support vulnerable nations in addressing and preparing for the impacts of climate change, especially considering the growing global recognition of this need, notably following the adoption of the Paris Agreement for People and Planet, and I would say also the Nairobi Declaration. Let's watch the first video by Adenike addressing this. A real pity that she isn't here, but I think this is a very, very powerful reminder of the importance of this discussion, the importance and the urgency of it, the importance of the equity in this discussion. So for our first panelist, I'm going to come to Evans. And following the Paris Pact and the Nairobi Declaration and UNGA and the discussions here, there's a lot of discussion about different types of finance and investment, the reform of the international financial architecture, the loss and damage fund that Adenike spoke about. Evans, from your expertise and experience, can you explain to the audience what success would look like in addressing finance and development challenges in the Global South, particularly Sub-Saharan Africa? And what do you think is missing in what people are focusing on right now?
Yeah, so thank you very much for the question. And I think you set the scene very well in terms of not needing to make choices between climate and also development and all that. Let me just paint a bit of a picture there as well. And I'll be focusing a lot on the Sub-Saharan Africa experience. Today, we have a continent that has 1.4 billion people. By 2050, 26% of the people on Earth will be in the African continent. That will be a population of 2.5 billion people. Now, of that 2.5 billion people, about 740 million will be of working age, additional to what we have today. An additional 1 billion people will be living in cities and all that. So when we talk about financing, we have to think about how do we solve tomorrow's problem for Africa? How do we create opportunities for the continent to grow, to reduce poverty, which is very high, unfortunately, to reduce in access or to improve access to basic services. For example, energy. 600 million people in Africa still don't have access to energy, especially in the rural areas. 970 million people don't have access to clean cooking facilities. 400 million people don't have access to clean drinking water. So how do we solve all these challenges, but in a manner that also provides solutions for the climate and for the globe? Now, about 2 years ago, FSD Africa with the Climate Policy Initiative conducted a study to see how much financing is needed to meet Africa's nationally determined contributions, NDCs. The requirement per annum is $277 billion. What is actually being received today, both public sector, private sector, internationally and domestically, is only about $30 billion. So we need to raise the level of ambition by about 9 times. That's what it calls for. But we also know that within the continent and in the Global South, there are pools of capital, savings that have been mobilized that can actually be used and can be part of the solution for addressing the financing gap that we have. Together with the forum for the task force for blended finance, there's a report that was just released last week. It indicates that we need about $3 trillion between now and 2030 to meet SDGs within the Global South. That is excluding China. But we have pools of capital, about $17 trillion, again within the Global South, excluding China, sitting between pension funds, collective investment vehicles, and other institutional assets that can actually be used to mobilize the capital that is needed to invest in different projects. Within Africa, that number is $2.5 trillion rather. By 2040, that number is actually expected to grow to about $6.5 trillion. Collectively, those pools of capital are expected to grow to about $45 trillion. So it's a sizable pools of capital that can be mobilized. So I think we need to also start changing the narrative. It's not all about getting international capital, which is great. It's very much needed because we need to meet the ambition. But we also need to start thinking about how we use domestic capital that is available. Now, if I then move a little bit to talk about the global financial architecture and what's going on, it's really part of that narrative of improving the scalability of financing that comes to the continent or to the Global South, and 2, using the financing in a much smarter way in order to catalyze. So using public sector finance as a way of catalyzing private sector financing so that it can be able to solve the challenges and the problems that we have. So it's the issues around creative use of blended finance, all using guarantees so that we can unlock capital that is generally very risk averse in the global south. So that's how I see this architecture going through. And then maybe one last point to point out is that in the context that we are living today, which is that a lot of countries in the global south, in Africa in particular, are facing high levels of debt distress. We do need the multilateral development banks to do a little bit more, because a lot of those countries are actually shut from the commercial financing window. They can't really have market access, or if they do, they'll get that at very punitive interest rates. 10 percentage points over and above what you call an investment grade country will be able to borrow. So that is expensive. So we really need to find ways of bringing down the cost of capital and increasing the scale of capital that is available to address those challenges, so that we can address the climate vulnerabilities as we've had, but also create opportunities for growth, for higher incomes, for jobs to be created and all that. That's probably what I could say at this point in time. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Evans. And no surprise that this is complex, right? And that there's so many levers you need to pull. He gave us a bit of a grand tour across all of the various levers for the different pools of capital, much needed if we need $277 billion a year, as I heard. But really interesting to hear that prospect of $2.5 trillion in private capital alone in Africa potentially being available to be channeled to some of these solutions. That brings me to Kimberly. Lots is often said about the importance of private capital, and very often it's being thrown around, if you permit me, somewhat glibly in this discussion as the silver bullet. Oh, just private capital mobilization. And sometimes that's the way that complex bilateral discussions get resolved, because then we don't have to talk about what kind of wealth transfer may be needed between countries. We're just going to mobilize private capital. There is a lot of capital that wants to go in this direction, but it doesn't really know how and where and how it can actually do good and also be properly held to account. You are helping a lot with that, with the work that you do. Can you speak a little bit to how your work and the work that and particularly the data that you do can actually unlock some of that private capital and what it can't do?
Absolutely. So just as a quick 30 seconds, so we at Vested Impact, we automatically assess and quantify the outward material impact that companies have. And we do that by leveraging over 300 million data points. But effectively, it's about the move that we are seeing in private finance, which is to stop looking inwardsly at do companies behave well, but actually what is that outward impact that they are having, whether it is on people or on the environment or a whole range of things. Now, for us, obviously measuring impact is incredibly important, because if we think of the sector that we deal with financial services, it's an entire industry that has been based on numbers. So the ability for them to have metrics, to have data, is seen as a huge unblocker for their ability to deploy capital. Now, that is what they tell us. It is very different to what we see. So people said to us, right, we don't deploy, I'll say to banks often, why don't you have a significant amount of investments in the global south? And they will say to us, because there's not enough data. And I say, great, problem solved, here's the data. We have the data on the impact of over 8 million SMEs in Africa, with the idea being if we can have that and we can prove that, it unlocks the ability for that finance to be deployed. Now, that is quite a simplistic way of looking at it, because there are still many risk factors, much like Evans touched on as well, which takes into account broader debt and lending markets and things. And I think that's where the power of blended capital comes in. And we often talk about how this kind of data might be useful to help the MDBs or the DFIs come in, but at what point can the private capital come in on top of this? And the final thing I think we see particularly with our data is the power of regulation and policy and some of these pacts. In Europe in particular, with the CSRD regulation, has started to move the onus on understanding your impact away from the financiers and onto the companies themselves, which I actually think is useful. It does have risks on the burdens it puts on small companies to meet this reporting. But I actually think it's starting to kind of open up this discussion to say anybody who's wanting to do business and to do business well needs to start to have the data to look at it. Because the final thing is the data can help us understand where progress in one place might be hindering another. And I think the beautiful thing about the Paris Pact was it mentions planet and people. And we forget a lot about people. And that can't be forgotten when a lot of financial sector is still focused on counting carbon. But when they can look at the broader impact chain of, okay, it might be a renewable plant, but where are those critical minerals coming from? What is the localized cost? As well as also, end of life. So I think it's good at hindering, but it also provides opportunity. Because when you look at the full value chain as well, you realize opportunities like the world's largest carbon sink is the ocean. And actually, when we look at the ocean's ability to absorb, it has absorbed 30% of the emissions we put out as humans. That's been inhibited by the plankton, which is actually suffering from plastics. So there's an opportunity there that we can still have an impact on the climate crisis by taking into account how things interconnect. And that all comes from the data and having people that can bring that to life for them to make better decisions.
That gives a lot of hope. There is more data than we think. There is more data on parts of the world where the excuse for not looking for investment often is there is no data. But I'm not quite seeing all of that investment flow just yet. So how can we hold feet to fire more, Vicky?
Thank you. I felt the bridge coming, so thank you for that, Carlijn. So maybe just as a background, my name is Vicky. I work for the World Benchmarking Alliance, and we're really looking into how do we hold the private sector to account, and also that includes financial institutions on really playing up and playing their role in what we hear from the other speakers as well, what's needed. So when we look at not only the global agendas or the Paris Agreement or the global biodiversity framework, all the sort of high-level goals and commitments and pledges that we've seen, we really need to look at translating that into what does that mean for the role of the private sector and the role of finance. And currently, we see that indeed there's a lot of numbers already available on what is actually needed to drive impact, and whether that's impact for adaptation or for loss and damage. But often, the dialogue is still looking into that public finance needs to solve it. But if we just add up all the numbers, we also should be really realistic that public finance is not going to bridge that gap. So it's absolutely instrumental that we look at the private sector to step up their game and step into bridging part of that gap. And I think I've had a lot of discussions in the last couple of days, and probably you had many as well, where they're still holding back in really making that first step and effort to see what is the explicit role of financial institutions into making them that capital available. And we know that there's a lot of discussions about what the multilateral development bank should do in risk taking. But I think what we really need to also make sure is that we move from voluntary commitments that these banks and financial institutions are making into truly driving accountability to hold them to what they said they would do. And we need the data, as Kimberly said, and we have a lot of data. So I also don't want this to be a conversation about we need more data. And I also do not want to say what measures gets done, because I don't like that sentence. But we do need to make sure that there is transparency from on the key influential companies around the globe. These companies are bigger than countries. They have more influence. We know how much influence a lot of these corporates have here in the negotiations. So we have to drive accountability, and that can be done by really creating the transparency of where these companies are at, and then mobilizing collective efforts to really push the ambition further.
Great. I'm going to go off script because there's something I want to pick up on between the three of you. I've been observing at the same time a desire to get to greater accountability, and that comes with more legislation and regulatory pressures. Whilst I've also seen many of those global north policymakers and regulators then say, well, then I'm really uncomfortable for the solutions to not actually be within my control, because I'm not sure that I can trust that what that African company or actor does is of the right high standards, that there is the right level of transparency and governance. So we've gradually seen some of the efforts to regulate more of this lead to greater walls being pulled up, and Europe saying, I'll solve it for myself. And we're really worried that that means that the potential that Africa and other parts of the global south have to offer to be a really fast and cost-efficient solution will be left on the table, which means Africa's growth will not be realized, but also means we won't get to net zero. For anybody who wants to pick up that gauntlet between the three of you, like, how can we use the tools and the insights and the relationships that you have to have both and to get more rigorous around those expectations and really get the laws and the regulations in place so it's no longer driven by voluntary commitments, but still shape it in such a way that the global south solutions can come to the fore?
Yeah, thank you so much. Maybe I can just make two quick comments. So one actually goes back to the discussion around the global financial architecture, which is that a number of investors, institutional investors in the global north looking to invest in the global south are subjected to high capital adequacy standards. So if you look at the Basel III and all that, so there is a need to change that so that they can actually invest without having to put on stake a lot of their capital and all that. So that's a very, very important conversation to have. But then also, and then I'm bringing down this to the discussion around domestic capital mobilization as well, because there, again, as I said, we have pools of capital that are available to invest. It's just that they're investing in very traditional ways. Now we need to basically demonstrate that it's actually possible to invest with a return perspective in mind, but with an impact also as an outcome of the investment and all that. I think we have to make that kind of connection happen. And then secondly is also how we connect those pools of capital that we have domestically to the international pools of capital as well. So ways of making that happen, ways of de-risking those pools of capital to invest much more efficiently and impactfully is actually going to be very, very, very critical. And that's why I welcome the G funds, for example, and I want to see G funds working a lot more with institutional investors in the African continent to co-invest and learn from each other in terms of how to make certain transactions happen. And then the cost of capital is something that you cannot totally run away from, because if we are not able to trace the cost of capital or the perceived credit risk, or the perceived risk relative to what the reality is, and I know Moody's has actually done some work on this, which has demonstrated that for a lot of the infrastructure investments in Africa, actually they have historically generated the second, if not the lowest level of default risk. So clearly there's a problem in terms of what the actual risk is and the perception. So we need to do a little bit more to make this happen and all that, and to demonstrate that you can actually make money in the south while also having some sort of impact and all that. And I know within the global south also there's work for the regulators to do as well in terms of promoting ESG investing and all that. Whether they go to the route of mandating is probably a bit early, too early for me, I think, for the global south. But we need to see some sort of a progression in that step.
Yeah, I think maybe to add to what Evan said and to link to an earlier comment from Kimberly about the people-centered approach, one of the things that I find interesting when talking about international financial markets is that we sometimes forget that this is quite a systematic market that we have. And I think if we go back just not so far in distant history, we know that there is huge systematic risk that go beyond borders. And I think one of the discussions I had earlier this week was around, for example, the just transition, and how do we really make sure that this is an equitable transition by creating green and decent jobs and really making sure that we bring people along this transition, that people within the financial industry still think that that is not part of their integrated approach in unlocking finance. So I think there's also a clear signal that, for example, central banks need to send around the fact that this is a systematic risk in the system if we don't make sure that this becomes just an equitable transition for everyone, and that will then hopefully go beyond the national borders of just making it national regulation, because it needs to feed into the international financial architecture.
And as the techie here, I'm just going to address the one point you made about trust and transparency, because I think we have a tendency at the moment to lean towards technology to help with that. We say, well, how do we know they're telling the truth, or how do we know this data is correct? And I actually wonder sometimes whether they hide behind that excuse. We get asked as a tech company all the time, how deep can we go? Can we, can you really tell us what that SME in India truly produced? And ethically and morally, we've started to draw a line on that, because data can only tell you so much, but it should also never remove the duty and the requirement of people to engage with the stakeholders whom they are impacting, or are financing. And so I think for us often, there is a lot of talk about, can we trust this? And I often think, well, if you can't build trust through going and engaging with these markets, the tech isn't the answer, it's an enabler, but it should never remove the human element, and it can't capture often the human lived experience on the ground that finances need to get more comfortable engaging with, I think.
Great. And I didn't engineer it this way because I had no idea what they were going to say, but it's a perfect segue to our second video that we have from Adenike. We asked her to reflect on how can you make this collaboration truly inclusive, and how can you really identify and build on the synergies between the reality and the technicality of some of the things we're talking about here on the financial sector, and the perspective of advocates and activists that she so well represents. So let's listen to her second contribution.
There is a synergy between young climate activists or activists working together with financial institutions in driving the necessary change that we need in solving the climate crisis. For example, I founded the Elite Climate Action Initiative in order to bridge the gap in trying to strengthen measures towards achieving climate action. And one of such that we are doing is the fact that when we notice the gap that is affecting women and girls like me towards contributing towards solving the climate crisis, I decided to start giving or empowering them with information and also the tools that we need to become custodian of our environment. We are trying to bring about women adaptation initiatives in order to strengthen our fight for climate justice. And so we have been doing this, and we have empowered more than 10,000 women, because we find out that this gap is making women of our time. Because if you don't have land, it's very difficult for you to have access to financial tools to become empowered, to become productive in agriculture or water resources and the rest. And so we identify this gap and we see how we can empower them. And so imagine if we have access to more financial tools, would have empowered more millions of people globally and even billions of women and girls. There's a need for young people, movements to synchronize with financial institutions, which financial institution needs to always includes organizations that could also be supported in scaling up their actions for us to be able to reach out to as many people as possible in dealing with the crisis, because we also have the solutions that we are trying to create. Sometimes we are being affected by lack of funding in order to carry out the necessary things that we need. And so through this way, if empowered, we could also as well empower millions of people in our communities and even across the world to be able to become climate champions and to become the solutions that we are looking for. So thank you so very much. We are really looking forward to different empowerment schemes or support from different financial organizations. And I believe I'm speaking the mind of other organizations that are led by youth, women, and different individuals in trying to see how we could get the necessary support in pushing forward our activities. Thank you.
Unfortunately, I noticed time ran away from us. Originally, the schedule had Q&A with the audience, but I hope that the panelists will be happy to stay behind and just have some personal interaction with people who might have questions. I hope that this discussion has both given us more confidence and hope that there are real synergistic solutions and there's real opportunity for economic growth in the Global South by being part of the climate solution. And those who are active, from the activists to the ones holding the feet to the fire for the corporates, the ones helping to deploy capital, and the ones shaping the capital markets, that there's a willingness and an interest in making that happen. I'm not naive, it's very complex. These are difficult systems with systemic interdependencies, as Vicky rightly pointed out to us. And it means there's no one silver bullet that we can pull. And I hope that doesn't discourage any of us who are here or are listening online to align their activities with driving towards climate positive growth as really the only pathway in which we can globally get to fair and equitable net zero and global prosperity. So very open to have further interaction here. Thank you so much for joining us if you are here and online.
Bonjour Madame Bengaji, vous m'entendez? Yeah, we can't hear.
Bonjour.
Oui, bonjour Madame Bengaji, vous m'entendez?
Oui, je vous entends. Et vous, vous m'entendez?
Oui, vous entend très bien.
D'accord, c'est parfait.
Ok, c'est bon, donc c'est bon, on vous entend très bien, on vous voit aussi, et puis on voit que vous avez un micro, c'est super, donc voilà, on vous tiendra informé de pour votre intervention.
D'accord, merci.
À tout à l'heure.
À tout à l'heure, merci.
You're welcome.
Votre Excellence, Monsieur le Maire.
Your Excellency, Mayor, dear visitors, can you hear me okay? It looks like it was okay. I'm very happy to be with you today. I have the privilege to host Excellency Adleri, who is the General Secretary of the Environmental Agency here. And like last year, I'm honored to introduce an event on a subject that's very dear to my country, fighting the plastic waste in aquatic environment. Plastic is our daily life, we know. This plastic that is somewhere a synonym of modernity, but it's a fight, as we know, that the production, of plastic products could triple in the next 50 years. We also think that this matter is present everywhere in our environment, from the mountains to the bottom of the ocean, when we also know that this matter so useful, so precious to our daily life is also a matter that has a length of life that is much longer than what we usually estimate. So it's a struggle that we treat more and more seriously. We have to act at all the levels. This is for the diversity of this panel. First of all, at the local level, this will have representatives of this level, especially Mr. Chauvet, who is the mayor of a small city in France, and who's here to represent the Committee of Regions here. We also have a representation of Madame Belghazeli from Tunisia, who is the director of ETAP, a person that we know very well in this pavilion, Joël Colosio, who will make the animation after me, who represents the ADEME, the French Agency for Environment. At this local level, but a little bit differently, we also have two representatives of those who we call parties. This is the European way of saying things. Madame Elise Depnou, who represents sea cleaners, represents also the civil society, and Mrs. Colombo, who's going to share with her point of view of the struggle against plastic through the activity of the company. And now we go in a level up to see the big spaces, and Madame Benyamet will describe us the struggle against plastic in the Mediterranean, a reference space that she knows very well because she's the director of the Observatory of Energy and Climate. So a very representative panel that corresponds to what we are looking for in this panel, in this pavilion, a way to inseminate each other intellectually, to compare the solutions, the points of view, and to discuss about the problems of this policy so difficult to implement. I was talking about different scales. I kept the level that I worked the most as I work in the ministry. I'm talking about the international layer. So I will just make I'll give you a quick reminder of what worries us a lot, meaning the negotiation of a treaty, legally speaking, a binding instrument that aims at ending the pollution by plastics. But before that, just to tell our policies are implemented in a very consistent way. This these policies are younger than the fight against the climate change. But what is important here is to cross the points of view on biodiversity of climate change, struggle against pollution, these three subjects being more and more seen as a triple crisis that never stops. This is why it's so interesting to have in this COP to have discussions on the plastic pollution. And small brackets, the link between the two crises, pollution and climate, this is clear. The transformation of plastics represents more or less like 2 gigatons per year, of emissions per year, which is 4% of the emissions of humanity. Okay, we'll get back to this future plastic treaty. This is an expression that is more immediate, so to say. I don't want to speak the language of diplomats. So we're getting back to this plastic treaty. After a certain number of after the emergence, but these subjects are very present in at very different levels, at national, international. In France, there will be a law, we are proud of it. It's called AGEC, to act against the waste and for the circular economy. This is law from 2030, negotiated progressively, that imposes objectives to fight against pollution. It's very ambitious. At the European level, at the same period, we had the directive called single-use plastics. It's a directive negotiated in 2018 and 2019 that has become an international reference in fight against the plastic cups and Q-tips and things like this. There's different movements. I'll give you examples from France and Europe, but there are examples more or less everywhere. There's different policies then crystallized at the world level, and we were happily surprised by the end of 2022. A resolution has passed in the UN General Assembly, a resolution called 5.14 that wants to establish this famous binding instrument. Happy surprise. Why? Because at the beginning of this assembly, UN Assembly for the Environment, nobody was sure that there would be a consensus on this subject. Why? It's ambitious enough. I'm quoting 3 points. The fact that the negotiations have finished by a legally binding instrument. Also the fact that this negotiations, the future text, has to concern all the life cycle of plastics, from the very early one to the very end of its life. And last point, an ambitious pace of negotiation, because there's 5 periods of negotiations that will allow us to finish them by the end of 2024, meaning next year. What else could I tell you? The situation is what it is. The Intergovernmental Committee for Negotiations has gathered 3 times already. The second edition took place in Paris in April and allowed to mobilize politicians with 40 ministers who were present, who gave a new power to these negotiations, who are very technical, but that means political will to maintain a satisfying pace to to allow us to finish into 2024. And a month ago in Nairobi, there was another negotiation that allowed us to move forward. This session of negotiations allowed to all the delegations to express about the options, about the draft of the future text that was published in September at the UN. And it was like about the options, high options, low options, a work that is conducted in a quick way, and that which allows us to think that the next negotiation session that will take place in Ottawa in Canada will be fructuous and will allow us to work on a more consistent text with a number of options that will be eliminated by then. All that in the objective is to reach to an agreement at the end of 24. Well, what can I say to conclude? I just wanted to remind the French position that is the same that the Europeans, generally speaking. It's an interesting focus because that will allow to feed the discussions with the different speakers who are all of them are positioned in different segments of the life cycle of plastics. The French position is to aim an ambitious action on the whole cycle, as I said before. Well, one more time, because we are here at COP28. What is important also is not only to fight against the waste, but also against the climate change, which concerns production and the emissions of greenhouse gases. This would be a few elements on the situation of the negotiations on the future plastic treaty. Of course, there are other challenges. We are here to talk at the link between plastic pollution and the seas. I think that negotiation of this treaty will not be bad for the negotiations. And the one thing I want to tell you, so you can reserve your time, there will be the third conference on oceans by the UN, which will take place in France beginning of June 2025, which will aim at creating a carbon to create a convergence of international texts that deal with the protection of oceans. I think it's something and a very important event that I wanted to tell you about. To conclude, Your Excellency, dear everyone, I will let you now to speak and to discuss in a very good and efficient way. And Joël, I think I can pass the floor to you. So you, Excellency, I'm giving you the floor and thank you for your presence.
Thank you so much for inviting me to this very important discussion, plastic pollution. Actually, we have been, as scientists, saying all these years that the climate change is existential because of two reasons. One, biodiversity loss, and second, pollution. And I would say plastic pollution also is existential because, again, the impact of plastic on the loss of biodiversity, but also the impact of plastic pollution on our health, on our own health. And it is science evidence and cannot be told more and more to take an action when we read and hear that the science is telling us that if we didn't take an action, our seas will be filled with plastics more than the fish by 2030 or 2040. I can't remember, something like this, but it's very shocking. Also, recent research that I have read is shocking because it tells us that we almost accumulate a size of a credit card on a weekly basis in our system. So I don't think we need more than those two alarming messages to take us to take an action, not at a local level, but also at a global level. Environment doesn't have boundaries. Environment doesn't know rules or anything. So whatever is happening at my local space, definitely it will reach out to the neighboring space. And I hear His Excellency Philippe talking about studies that has been done in the Mediterranean, and the Mediterranean is one of the biggest seas that is being shared by many countries. So if those countries do not unite and do not act, definitely they will be impacted by the plastic pollution. So as a nation and as a country in the United Arab Emirates, and also as an environmental agency, let me just give you a brief on the Environment Agency Abu Dhabi. Environment Agency Abu Dhabi is the largest regulatory body in the Middle East, mandated to protect and conserve the environment of Abu Dhabi, to sustain and provide a healthy environment for the nation and for many generations to come. So one of our mandates is, of course, to understand what kind of pollutions we face. And one of those pollutions, definitely that we share with everybody, is plastic. Myself and with the team have decided to announce in the Ocean Summit in 2019 that we will take a serious step against plastic pollution. And we decided to roll out our first single-use plastic policy in 2020. Unfortunately, everybody knows that COVID happened and we were promoted to use more single-use because of the health reasons. Anyway, that did not stop us from having the commitment and the will to roll the policy, and we kept pushing that we need to roll that policy. Successfully, that policy saw the light in 2021, and it was a great and a big cultural change, because as any other community, we are used to consume plastic, and we started with the plastic bags. But we were determined. We were hammered by our families, we were hammered by our friends, because they saw it as a cultural change. However, with more awareness and education, the policy was very successful, and we were able, actually in the first year, to prevent more than 230 million bags entering into the Abu Dhabi environment, just from bags. Shopping bags. And that was almost about 95% of what we usually use as bags when we shop from supermarkets and retailers and so on. We also built on this success to cut down on the use of bottles, and we started again a community race to encourage people to reduce the use of bottles. And we deployed last year more than 70 return vending machines, and also 20 smart bins, large scale, for the community to be able to collect and deposit their bottles on an incentive-based program. But we will win, I can assure you, we will win them out. It's just to attract them with the policy. The policy also contains, we have listed a lot of items, almost 16 to 17 items. And in 2024, we are aiming to have a government that is free from plastic with all types. Bottles, cutleries, whatever it is, our government should be free, because we would like to act as a role model to the private sector, to the community, to every segment of Abu Dhabi citizens. This was not and wouldn't been successful without having the communication and the awareness as a backbone to the policy. So we have throughout the campaign, throughout the implementation of the policy, there has been a lot of engagement with the private sector, with the community, with the government on the importance of keeping the momentum and the commitment to roll out the policy. To conclude with, I don't see the plastic as the issue, because plastic was invented for a good reason. We made plastic as a very devil item in our life because we saw the convenience of using plastic. So I think we need to really and seriously, at a personal level to start with, to think about when we use plastic, how this plastic will be managed, how this plastic will end up, where it will end up. And it's the best way to contribute to the plastic pollution movement is to stop using it unless it is a necessity to be used. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Your Excellencies. Je vais passer la parole à...
I will give the floor to Elise Depnou, who's the person responsible of public matters in Cyclines. Yes, welcome everyone to react to what was said by Mr. Président and Her Highness and Dr. Aidehi. I would like to talk to you about the degradation of plastic. How it contributes to the climate change, that confirms that it's extremely urgent to collect the waste in the sea. The lesson learned from plastic pollution is that it's very bad, because the time for the degradation of plastics is huge. 10 years for the rest, a roach of a cigarette, and 400 years for plastic, big, thick plastic bags. This is very important because that people think that it's only that plastic is ugly, and I mean, our beaches are dirty and the animals eat plastics and they die. But these greenhouse gases were only seen in the context of the transportation and production of plastic. It turns out that the degradation of plastic represents a real bomb, with a delayed explosion. In the salted water, they emit methane and methane that are very strong greenhouse gases, and these emissions are long-term emissions, and it may be a serious nuisance, because half of these plastic substances have been produced after 2000. And 1 ton per second is being put in the sea. So that's really so essential to raise awareness of the populations and of the industry, and to create a chain of revalorization of plastic, and to create legal text that will be binding. It's been discovered recently that the quantities of plastic were much less than what the scientists thought they would be. But the total quantity of floating waste, plastic waste, is much bigger. It's about objects that are bigger, longer than 2.5 centimeters, and are concentrated near the coast. At the sea cleaners, we fight against this plastic pollution in the rivers and mangroves, in river mouths and on the sea. The boat that we created is called Mobila 8, and it's in operation in Indonesia together and is operated together with the Ministry of Environment of Indonesia. Very soon, 2 new boats will appear, and they also go to Indonesia. One will go to Indonesia, and the other will go to Malaysia. And another boat will be ready in March. And here you have much more options coming from interested countries. Okay, to wash under the sea, we also created bags and a lift, so they don't have to go up and down once the bag is full. In Bali, we'll also create a factory for sorting and reusing the plastic. There is a process that is here on the screen, but no details. The free screens, we have 4 missions. Raise awareness to reduce the quantity of this, the collections of waste, scientific research with local university, and also to put our actions in the circular economy. The teams of circulars, we want to become a very important actor of the depollution with intermediate companies that will help us to protect the ocean. There are no small gestures if we are millions. There's no useless actions. Consume less plastic, recycle, collect, do whatever you can, but do it now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Elise. Merci beaucoup, Elise.
Thank you very much, Elise. I would like now to introduce the next chapter. Could I, please? Yeah, thank you. So that I can play a short movie that we've produced within the Ministry of Environment.
Ah bah aucune. Ils sont très bien vos machines. Ah si, mais je vous déconseille d'en acheter. D'accord. Non, c'est parce que moi je suis débandeur. Allez d'abord voir notre service réparation. Et puis si j'ai un petit souci, ça devrait pouvoir se régler facilement. Et ce sera mieux pour la planète et votre porte-monnaie.
Parce que les défendeurs n'existent pas, posons-nous les bonnes questions avant d'acheter. Rendez-vous sur épargnenumérosource.gouv.fr.
Merci.
Thank you. This short movie aims at showing that the plastic pollution topic is everywhere. That's what's at stake. The problem for the ADEME, the Agency for Environment, which is a public organisation under the responsibility of the Ministry of Environment. We have to work for sobriety before recycling, produce less plastics before even thinking about recycling it or upcycling it. The idea, first things first, is to produce less plastics. As we speak, 315 million tons of plastics are being produced, 20 million by the households alone, among which it's 250 kilograms per year per inhabitant. You get 12% plastic rubbish, plastic waste. So there is a huge amount of work at every level. Of course we need plastics. It has been a revolution, not only a negative one, but what's at stake for the households, for all the stakeholders, is a topic treated with seriousness by the French government, with this anti-waste and for circular economy law, where we want to end with single-use plastics. That's the #1 objective. French law forecasts their end by 2040, which means already now, as we speak, we have to start fighting if we are to win this game and to deliver on our commitments. The same work. The ADEME works around plastic-related topics with the 2030 fund, 9 billion euros. We are now dedicating 470 million euros for plastic recycling to see how companies provide new investments in order to develop actions, recycling-related actions. We also manage the Circular Economy Fund, for which 300 million are, or whereby 300 million euros are provided to companies for their for their green industry transition, in order to meet the objectives related with the AGEC law, which is to quit single-use plastics by 2040. You need to follow several steps. The first one has taken place in 2021 with the first decision, 3R, reduction, reuse, recycle. 3 R's. That's what allows stakeholders such as sea cleaners to work on the reuse of plastics, and various international projects, as Elise showcased. As for the steps made by these actions, since 2022 it is forbidden to overpack fruits and greens in the supermarkets or the shops. Overpacking meaning packing twice or 3 times in 3 different. It's also forbidden to use plastic fountains with drinkable water in public spaces. You are a good example here, because I didn't notice any. You don't get this kind of plastic fountains here. In 2026, it will be forbidden to sell cosmetics that would contain microplastics. And this leads me to the next topic, which is microplastics, and that's a painful subject. We've found some within clouds above Japan lately. So this falls within what the OECD stated recently. Another thing about plastics, their decomposition in the sea. In the sea, it can take up to 1,000 years. Their breakdown in the environment. It can take up to 1,000 years for it to happen. 80–90% of the waste you can find on the beaches are plastic made, out of which 1/3 are recycled. Around 27 million tons produced each year, so to speak, are just left on the beaches as waste. We see around 130,000 tons of microplastics in the seas, making their way to the seas through the rivers. Things getting worse by 40% in the summertime, which shows how important it is to manage the phenomenon, but also to the role of awareness raising among tourists and people in general. For that purpose, we would like to showcase what we are doing specifically in terms of awareness raising. Yes, we've developed another tool for the local authorities, for the sake of the companies, plastic solutions for the Mediterranean Sea, giving the possibility to list 250 active operations and stakeholders. I'd like to show you one of the solutions that we've listed. This is here in Dubai, and that's one of the ways you can fill your bottle instead of buying yet another plastic bottle. these are the actors, the players, the stakeholders. It's all 100% interactive, and it can be a good hub for various stakeholders to meet. You can connect there. Oh, here comes the QR code. You can find some bits of information thanks to this link you see here. All right, another topic, a project. I would like to thank, by the way, Nuda Banjamet for proposing us this cooperation. We are happy to support you together with the Mediterranean Energy and Climate Observatory to work upon tangible actions on the field, aiming at reducing the scale of that pollution, which leads us to the second part of our panel, our round table. No round table here, but our panel. Alessandra Golomb from Versalis. Would you like to take the floor? You are head of Circular Economy and Sustainable Development Group. Sustainable Development within the Versalis Group, with whom we work on tangible actions about how to reuse plastics. Alexandra, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So good afternoon to everyone. It's a pleasure, yes, to be here and to give you an overview of our commitment to plastic waste. Just very few words on the aim of my presentation. So who we are, so who is Versalis, the chemical company, part of ENI Group, and what are we doing as solutions in terms of recycling plastics, and then which is our role in creating value along the whole value chain, and a concrete experience with this project, the intention to start a project in Tunisia. So very few words on Versalis. Versalis is the chemical company within the ENI Group, so the major oil and gas company in Italy. And as you can see, we have several production sites in Italy, in Europe, and also all over the world. And our portfolio includes polymers production, so production and markets. So we are producing plastics. This is why we want to play a key role in fighting plastic waste. Specifically, we are involved in polyethylene, styrenics, polymers, elastomers, okay, also basic chemicals, intermediates. And last mention I would like to share with you is our new business unit on chemistry from renewables, so the so-called green chemistry. Versalis' commitment is very strong in terms of sustainability. As you can see in this slide, we are very active on decarbonization, on circularity, that is one of the levers also to decarbonize, and also, let me say, on the social part of the sustainability. So establishing long relations with people and with the local communities in which we are operating. And as I said, we want to play a key role because we think that the chemical industry has a great role of responsibility in solving this kind of problems related to the environment. And as we said, it's an evidence, the problem of plastic waste, and what we are doing is trying to find solutions in order to give value to this waste and make it come back as a raw material. So It's important also to be sure that, because we know that we have the famous 3 R's, so to reduce first, reuse, and then recycle. But it's important that if we reduce and we find an alternative solution, this solution is really more sustainable than the existing one. And specifically, what we are trying to do is to diversify our feedstock, so related to the development of mechanical, chemical recycling technology using the secondary raw material. So with the recycling of plastics, we will solve the problem of plastic waste, because we use plastic waste with new technologies, complementary, mechanical and chemical, and then the new material, the secondary raw material, can be used instead of the fossil, the virgin one. So we will have a double solution, the less using fossil material as feedstock, and solving the plastic waste problem. I would like to go, because I know that timing is okay. I would like to go on our project, because as we said, we are trying to address the problem of low recycling rates, plastic rates in Tunisia. As I said, together with ITAP, with OMEC, with ADEM and ANGED, specifically in Tunisia, we are doing a preliminary analysis on existing infrastructures and on plastic waste availability. And the target, the aim of our project will be to divert and to recycle plastic waste. In this first stage, we thought about styrenic plastic, but we will see after a further analysis on availability if we will go straight to this kind of plastic waste or we will change. But in any case, our aim is also to create share value locally, so to use local recyclers in order to have a secondary raw material as feedstock, for example, for our products, innovative products with a recycled content. And last point is the importance of increase also local communities' awareness through our engagement campaigns that we are going to organize and to create. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Alexandra. And thank you to reduce your intervention. Thank you. Je voudrais passer la parole.
I would like to give the floor to Uda Beshaid, who's remotely present with us, who's the head at the general direction of ETAP in Tunisia. Hello, Uda. Could you shorten your speech? That would be perfect. Can you hear me okay? Yes. Thank you. I wanted to thank you for this event and this panel. As a petrol company, for the last 10 years we give lots of attention to this environmental and societal responsibility of the company. Today I will present you shortly our action in the Kakane. It's an archipelago of small islands in south of Tunisia. I would like to thank my deputy, who was responsible for this project, together with our French partner, Peranigo. Presentation, please. Arc-Vert means green in France. It was based on my project financed in Montpellier, financed by the European, by the EU. One of the actions was to fight against the plastic pollution. Top Terenco as partner and is very active on this island because we have a field there and we're interested and we agreed to mobilize a part of our finances allocated to RFE program. The objective was to follow the structuration of two newly companies. The valorization of waste, and we'll start with the first. Next slide, please.
Thanks to this initiative, the companies that were there signed a contract with the STICO initiative, which is an NGO that works around oceans depollution, with a contract for raw plastic waste exports. So we have the authorization for high-value products up to 20 for a couple of years. So about reusing and upcycling used fishing nets. Lots of fishing activities there. So concretely speaking, the AGDA project is reinforcing the plastics sector, collecting, treating, recycling. It's also about packaging for exports. Close support for the operators from the sector, investments in the equipment, we'll see a couple of pictures later, and it's for optimization of the plastic sector's functioning, with a dedicated communication about the impact of these exports for the archipelago. The project, yeah, that's right. The project has started in March 2022 with the organization from Montpellier. But then things got started by the end of 2021. In March 2022, the sequel contract has been signed. From July 2022 and ever since. It started was January 14th, if I remember well. We exported the first container with 20 tons inside, 20 tons of waste. So what's important in this project is the price that has been negotiated with Sequel. It was a source of motivation for the local stakeholders. Thanks to this price, we've been able to concretize this project with all the stakeholders. Now, the project brings us the warranty of a fixed price for the whole year, which is above local price, and commercial opportunities. One container, 20 tons, every 2 months. Local stakeholders commit themselves about the origin of the plastic, which is extremely important. These are plastics from the sea, sequel-wise. As far as its traceability is concerned, and its collection, its capture in the nature, up to the packaging within containers for exports, and about its cleanness, its pure plastic. The price, 85 cents per kilogram, which is far more than the market price. Next slide, please. Just to show you in a nutshell what has been signed by the various partners. Plastics are captured by small collectors, transmitted to a company made Carbona Plastic for it to be sorted and packed in Tunisia. It is then crushed by another company from Tunisia. It's exported by Green Tech to Romania and then transported to a textile company named Anglaise in order to be upcycled and transformed. That's 6 pictures to show you how plastics behave in the natural environment, so to speak. and that's this year also the equipment that has been bought for the sake of this project. We even have bikes, as you see, for the local collectors to act, to work, and to make a reality out of this project. We've been reinforcing logistically and technically this project for the crushing, the capture, simultaneously. Next slide, please. Tangible actions in terms of awareness raising and communication from the end of 2022 in the archipelago. First day of awareness raising workshops and operations. There is a shuttle between Longchamp, Tunisia, and the archipelago. You can see awareness raising actions among pupils from schools and for teachers as well. There's been an action program for teachers. And then the contest, the school contest day organized between schools, a high frequency, more than 120 pupils with their parents. Awards have been distributed. These two mosaics you see, these murals have been created. Parallelly, we've been collected waste from deep water in order to reach the zero waste objective. Thanks to divers, we have good divers there. Plastics are found, collected, given to the company, and then upcycled. So this first action, as a company, as an oil, energy, gas company, we are very much into renewables. This first experience has been copy-pasted or reproduced, duplicated, both onshore and offshore, with our partners abroad. Various companies, Eni, OMV, Pandora, Mazarine, and new partners such as Versalis, isn't it, Sandra? We're trying to install a capture and a plastic capture and upcycling sector within the offices of the ETAP. We're also contributing to the creation. We want to contribute to the creation of a 100% local plastic sector, from the collection to the sorting via the processing, the transformation, the recycling or the upcycling. Thanks to the commitment of such partners like Versalis, or the National Agency for solid waste management, we are doing our best to develop and to value, to duplicate this experience with other competent authorities. There is no reason for it not to work in some other place. The project has been showcased by the ADEME during various conversations. It's about plastics, but the same could go for other single-use, non-biodegradable materials. Just to conclude, recently, collecting actions for plastic corks has been organized with an association that buys wheelchairs for those who need them, thanks to the funds raised.
Thank you very much. I would like to, unfortunately, Your Excellency had to go to the Emirati pavilion, but we have someone else here in our panel. I would like to give the floor to Vincent Chauvet, and I'm sorry, Vincent, that I've inverted the role of collectivism is major if you want to succeed this transition. Less plastic, better recycling, better reuse. I think that the local governments, the local communities are at the heart of the action of Vincent. I would like to thank you very much for being with us today. Tell us what you're doing, what your the collective is doing. Thank you very much. Thank you, Joël, for the invitation. I'm trying to be the record. I'm trying to be the most concise intervention. In Brussels, we always have only 2 minutes. But yes, as you said, it's at local level that we have levers for action. We think that 80% of the waste that goes to sea comes from the ground. There is lots of waste that can come directly from the ocean. We had a workshop here at the COP with the recycling of fishing nets. That is also an important problem. For this, we need to have a multi-level governance, as we see with the plastic treaty, European, our national, and also local. At the local level, Otan is a small city, and we are an association of small cities, and we signed a charter, rivers with no plastic, and we're implementing plastics when it comes to sorting plastics and elimination of plastics in cleaning stations, so our rivers can be free. I'm at the head of the basin, and half of my territory is on the Loire, a part in Brittany, and the other in the Mediterranean. You can see what is happening on upstream impacts what is happening downstream. So we are with the Committee of Regions, European institution, the Plan of Action Zero Pollution. You know probably the objectives. By 2030, the objective is to improve the quality of water by 50% and to reduce the rejection of plastics by 30%. We would love to see the European Commission to start to have a process to adjust this plan to have a zero plastic by 2050. In Otan, we are one of the signatories of contract with AMCO. That's about cigarette producers, because we want to pick up the roaches, because a big part of the cost is supported by local activities, whether it's about cleaning in the street, the picking up, or the treatment of wastewater. What we pick up many things. For a city of 14,000 residents, that's a lot of work to pick up the plastic waste. Okay, we started at the Committee of Regions to work of an opinion, a new regulation on the reduction of microplastic pollution. So I invite you to follow our works on this subject. In the past, we also done a lot of proposals to avoid actually throwing away plastics, and whether it's intentional or unintentional. A few years ago, there's been contracts about the eco-conception. The first employer in my city does textiles based on plastics. So we'll try to now move into a circular economy. And of course, we are going to want to share good experiences in Estonia, for example, with the Environmental Council and Committee of Region, to know what is going on. We're talking about these machines, these inverted distributors, how we can, the negotiations are taking place, are in course. France would like a situation plus more than 78% percent of the plastics would be freed from this decision. But if we want to increase the quantity of recycled plastic, we'll have to go into the most performant models, and countries like Estonia are showing us the way. Finally, we participate in the European Week of the Reduction of Plastics, and we have the co-presidency of the platform of the EU on zero pollution. And it's this sense that we want to reach the 2050 objectives and to support the members of the Commission by the governments on all the levels. That will include the international level, but also the lowest one, the regions, the departments, and the mayors, who are not only subcontractors of national policies, but they also have ideas. They should be associated in the process of continuous improvement and of sharing good practices to reduce the pollution of plastics. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Vincent, for all these bits of information and for this marathon. Yes, I know you're leaving us. You're excused. Alexandra, would you like to comment upon what has been said earlier and add something to what you've said yourself?
Send something because I have some more time. So, related to our commitment, as I said, we really try to invest in new technologies and improve existing technologies on recycling of plastics. And so, as I showed before, we believe in the complementary solution of either the mechanical recycling technologies, that is the existing one, and we are developing a new chemical recycling technology. For example, this year we started with the construction of a demo plant in one of our Italian production sites. And the aim of the Tunisia project is obviously to start with something very simple, let me say, because we cannot think to start using new technologies that are already in progress. So we decided, as I said, first of all, to make an assessment of the existing situation, so on availability of plastics waste, availability of recycling plants, because we would like to use existing local recyclers, as I said. And in this first stage, we think about the mechanical recycling technologies. That is the, let me say, the simplest one. And in this way, we would like to create a local circle, virtuous circle of plastics. And after that, if there will be secondary raw material to be used locally, this will be the first aim, the first target. Then, if it depends on availability on volumes, Versalis is also open to use the secondary raw material if no local uses are available, in order to improve our innovative gammas of products with a recycled content. But I would like to stress the first aim is to create locally, to create value locally. So we will see with Enged, because we already opened the discussion. We will see with ETAP, with OMEC, so with all the partners. We are starting and we are excited to do something on the next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alexandra, for this compliment and the issue. Juste avant de donner la parole à...
Before giving the floor to Huda, I would like to ask a question to you, Elise. Elise, how is it that you... So I won't ask the question. Sorry. That's an aborted question. All right, let's go. Yeah, sorry. We're short of time. All right, so we are a team. Thank you very much. Thank you, Joël. I think everything has been said by the team. This team is the same as it was last year in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt. The sea cleaners, the whole team you see here, has been gathered for the first time without His Excellency sending his best wishes. He would have liked to be with us. He wishes he was with us here. I would represent back then the Observatory for Energy in the Mediterranean Basin, which is an organization that has been existing for more than 30 years in France and gathers energy companies in the Mediterranean Basin around the common objective, which is to promote cooperation between the Mediterranean countries and the energy companies, all kinds of energies. We don't have positions in terms of sources of energy. We are not fans. We don't have a dog in this fight. We don't favour some kind of energy in comparison with others. So you could ask what we actually do in terms of plastic chain. Well, 1 year ago we started thinking, because the question we ask ourselves in the OAA is, but because we exist in order to make sense. We want to work on projects that make sense. 30 years ago we started working around renewables while nobody would talk about them, and now there is the circular economy that raises questions about which we thought about plastic waste. It's a well-known subject. I don't want to drop figures again. The Mediterranean Sea is quoted, is mentioned as a hotspot, the most polluted by plastic waste, and energy companies are not innocent from that point of view. So what we thought is there a point for the member companies to work around that? We weren't sure about that. We just asked the question. We weren't sure we would come up with a sensible answer. We started working with the ADEME. We are honoured to have 2 members, Versalis and ETAP, and we started cooperating back then. The French pavilion invited us the next year, a year later, which is today, to tell you how we've been doing. I'm very happy, delighted to hear what has been done. There is the regional network, and not only we've been doing lots of steps. We've been working in the upcoming years in order to duplicate our patterns in other Mediterranean countries. This is a common fight. This is an extremely important one, which is why we've decided to widen our scope of action. Here I stand today not only as I'm now the director of the Mediterranean Organization for Energy and Climate. We added the C word being climate, not because it's fashionable, but because we've welcomed 2 companies, namely Versalis and ETAP, this oil activities company from Tunisia, to tell you what they do in terms of plastic management and how we look at creating local impacts, but also to deal, to influence, to exert a certain influence on other parts, other territories, other sectors. It's a pleasure and an honor to me to be welcomed by you at the French Pavilion. It's still the same team, the same dream team, and I hope you will meet in 1 year to tell you how the sea cleaners will have been doing in 1 year time. We'll tell you. will be closer in Baku. And we'll talk about ETAP, we'll talk about Baku, we'll talk about ETAP, we'll talk about Versailles, about the steps that are to make around the Mediterranean Sea. Our activities will be monitored and supported. We've been transformed into, we added the C word, the climate, to our name. We are an organization that has really, during 30 years, not only been observing, but acting, because that's our job. To, as for everything that's going on within the Mediterranean Sea, we are responsible, we are accountable, and we are active. So we'll keep on promoting cooperation as an essential component. As for shared interest, common projects are to be led, and this is exactly what the project is about. This project that has been showcased today, this project that is led with the help of the ADEME. This is just the beginning of a long journey. I'm convinced it will be a success story thanks to this partnership that exists not only between energy companies but also with the ADEME and the local authorities, which role is properly fundamental. Well, let's keep on working. Various actions are urgent. There is a degree of emergency. We have to keep on deepening, not only, of course, in close cooperation with you, friends, the circular economy dimension. On the 2nd of December, I was honoured to be here to showcase energy prospects around the Mediterranean Sea by 2050, showcasing 2 scenarios, 2 modelings. On a yearly basis, we publish the energy prospects for the Mediterranean basin. We've been observing the situation for 30 years, and as I was saying, we do not have a dog in this fight. We just translate the measures that are taken, the political measures that are made into fact. As this is the COP28, bear in mind that all the countries submit their nationally determined contributions, the NDCs, among which you always get 2 modelings. The unconditional modelling, which is what countries commit to do, whatever will happen. It's just like business as usual for us, because it means commitments for keeps, commitments that are 100% hardware, and then you have the more ambitious ones that depend upon several other factors, like we are able to do this and that, provided blah blah blah. During the COP28, we've taken a closer look at the potential impact of what will happen, where we are able to deliver in terms of unconditional NDCs, or if we are to do the see what the EU aims at doing. So you might ask, why am I talking about energy? But the truth is, if we were not to accelerate, if we don't accelerate, if we don't get things started, the risk is by 2050 we'll be facing the same issues as today, because the energy system in the global south, not the global south, sorry, the southern part of the Mediterranean basin is based at 90% on the fossil fuels. As for the unconditional NDCs, you still get 70%, which is not acceptable. Yes, dear Minister, hello. Just on time, just about time. Decarbonating consumption is possible, but requires various conditions. First, energy efficiency, the potential to cut by more than 42% the consumption, if we are to take the right decisions, and in a timely manner, of course. If you take the decisions too late, it's still not good news. Renewables, energy efficiency, and then let's clean everything that can be cleaned, plus new energies. Which leads us to why it is so important to accelerate energy transition, but also push the circular economy forward. Dear Minister, it's an honor to welcome you. I give you the floor.
Monsieur le ministre, voulez-vous qu'on se présente?
Minister, would you like us to introduce ourselves to you? No, okay. Well, we were waiting for you. Thank you very much for joining us. Well, many thanks to you. I'm just coming from an event because of which I wasn't able to follow this event, Break Ocean. I was insisting about how necessary it is to obtain an ambitious treaty in terms of fighting against plastic pollutions. Biodiversity is one thing, climate change is another thing, but in between you have pollution. Plastic pollution represents a gloom and pain from reality and a common threat, both for biodiversity and for climate change. No need here to depict the situation we are witnessing. Just one figure that is evocative: 15 tons of plastics per minute in the oceans. This harsh reality is the reason why, when experts talk that we have to look at the future, 50 years, 100 years, the fact is, if we don't reduce the plastic production rhythm or pace, we'll reach by 2050 a moment when we'll get more plastics than fish in the oceans. Hearing these words, you understand to what extent we are playing with fire, with a material which we used to say that it's fantastic. Plastics are fantastic. I remember these words from dozens of years ago. So ambition. Paris, Nairobi lately. It's first of all about making no mistakes in terms of objectives. It's about measuring how important it is to have recycle objectives, but simultaneously, if we have, should we have only recycle objectives without production cutting objectives, we'll be running for keeps and processing more and more tons of plastic, which is pointless. So the necessity is to put the production reduction above everything. This is the key. Recycling is nice, but first things first, we have to produce less. Then we also have to find a binding framework with a lender-payer responsibility, with an enhanced producer. These administrative terms, with a system that would create a certain degree of responsibility, of accountability, and that's how we are starting with this ban on exportations. You might know to what extent inside the sector the thousands of existing polymers have various impacts on health, among others, to what extent in certain cases, and not order. If we want to be trustworthy, we need bans on certain types of mixes of plastic, mixes of polymers that are burdensome in terms of consequences. Even in the most remote places, we find traces of plastics carried across the whole ecosystem, and that constitute a threat to the balance, the life balance on Earth. We are struggling with other challenges, unfortunately. I would like to hail for us to take a breath while thinking about this challenge, and to measure that apart from climate change and biodiversity, in terms of plastic pollution, we are dealing with a third struggle that is linked together with the two other ones, because plastic pollution is also a source of climate change, and also a threat for biodiversity. So everything is linked within a vicious cycle. France is going to put some efforts in order to push during negotiation sessions for the agreement to be just as ambitious as it gets as possible. There is no room for non-action. We need a binding agreement. This would be a strong signal as we face a production acceleration. As for plastics, in terms of sincerity, consistency, trustworthiness, this is what we need This is why we are going to use all the opportunity windows. This COP28 is one of them, but there will be others. The ambition being for the upcoming month, each time we'll have the opportunity to put this topic on the agenda. France will do so. Trust us. Thank you for your commitment. Thank you for being here today with us. And make no mistake, the task is huge, but so is our responsibility. Thank you.
Pardon? Oui. Bonjour à tous.
Hello everyone. Thank you for being with us today. Romain Chabrol, I'm the expert on marine biodiversity at the French Agency for Development. On behalf of High Ambition Level Group, on behalf of IPBC and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the AFD, Australia and the International Oceanographic Commission of the UNESCO, welcome. This is the Ocean Day, a very important day for all of us. And we'll use this day to talk about blue carbon. Why to talk about blue carbon? When talking blue carbon, we're talking about mangroves, coastal systems. We talking about parts that are very important for the sequestration of carbon and for the protection of the coast and biodiversity. Very important ecosystems. They are
For climate change. Alors, malheureusement, c'est...
Okay, these coastal systems are degraded in numerous countries of the world, especially when we're talking about the herbs on the coast. These herbs, they degrade 2 to 7% per year. The protection and the restoration of these ecosystems at very high level is very important, and is certainly a very important. We align with the Paris Agreement and the World Agreement on Biodiversity. For the blue carbon, it's very important. We are interested because we have now there are credits for this carbon, blue carbon, but the needs remain very high. There are gaps in the finances. This is why the high level ambition group was created. The high lag is a platform. So the representative at high level, at governmental level, can express their ambitions. It's a platform that aims at maintaining, creating and maintaining a momentum on the blue carbon. The high lag was created by France very recently and is a part of IPBC, International Partnership for Blue Carbon. It's a global partnership, 55 members from all over the world. I work on the coordination and the research and public policies. The high lag today, its members are represented today: Australia, France, Costa Rica and Monaco. To speak about the blue carbon and talk about the importance of the ambition on blue carbon, we have 5 panelists. One will be late. The advisor of the minister from Monaco, councillor, the ambassador Cruzat, ambassador for climate, French. For Australia, Harry Colley, who is from the Department of Environment, who's going to join us in a few minutes. And Jacqueline Rivera, who represents the Vice Minister of Costa Rica, who's going to read us a declaration on his behalf. And finally, Stephanie Ockenden, who's Senior Associate at the WRI, and who's going to speak on the behalf of High Level Mission Group. I'm going to start with you, Stephanie. Thank you for being with us. Your speech is here to tell us about the challenges, to tell us why the ambitions are so important, and what does it mean in terms of political aims to be ambitious in this. The handbook, Blue Carbon, was published recently, and we would like to know a little bit more about these recommendations. Thank you, Stephanie.
Guests, colleagues across the ocean community, and to the hosts, it's my absolute pleasure to be here today towards the end of what is Ocean Day at COP28. And it's my real delight to be setting the scene here in terms of sharing with you the story of blue carbon. And I think that's very much a story of recognising its central importance, the challenges it faces, but also the solutions it presents us with, and hopefully to shed some ray of light on the way forward. By way of introduction, I represent the Secretariat for the High-Level Panel for a Sustainable Ocean Economy, for which we have a number of our members, both on the panel but also in the audience. And that is a panel of 18 serving world leaders working together to raise the ambition for a sustainable ocean economy. So those 18 world leaders together make up over 50% of the world's coastlines and 45% of the world's EEZs. But of course, that's just up to half, and the vital importance here is for everyone to come on board. In terms of what I suppose brings us here today at COP on Ocean Day, and what we're all championing in many of these rooms on many different stages here, is that recognition of the vital importance of the ocean and of nature. I'm amongst friends here, so I don't think I need to underscore this too much, but the ocean is central. It's the heart of our planet. It's the carbon pump. It provides half of the oxygen in our atmosphere. And nature and marine nature-based solutions play that fundamental role in supporting life on Earth. Romain set out many of the key attributes that blue carbon habitats play. Mangroves, salt marsh, seagrass, they of course play an essential role in terms of absorbing and storing carbon, that climate mitigation benefit. But they offer a whole wealth of benefits too. An incredible package in terms of protecting our coastlines against flooding, protecting erosion from storm surges, supporting biodiversity, the critical habitats to many key marine species, and supporting a blue economy as well. Many of these key species are of key commercial value, but there's also the tourism aspects, and for each of us individually, there's a key well-being component to this too. I think we all appreciate being out there in the ocean, on the ocean, and enjoying the beauty that it brings. There's that immense value of natural capital and its ecosystem services, and so the case for protecting these incredible habitats is really clear. And yet, our ocean, our natural capital, our ecosystems, they're under threat. Our habitats are still being degraded and destroyed. It's estimated that 50% of salt marsh, 35% of mangroves, and 29% of seagrasses have been degraded and destroyed since the mid-20th century. And that globally, soil carbon released from mangrove forest degradation is estimated to be between 30 and 122 million tonnes of CO2 between 2000 and 2015. These are huge figures for us all to take stock of. Biodiversity loss driven both by climate change and human activity, and those cumulative pressures is having a devastating consequence for us. But here's the ray of hope. The ocean is a climate solution. The leadership of the High-Level Panel for a Sustainable Ocean Economy is really working to change that discourse from the ocean as a victim to the ocean as a solution, setting out its transformational ocean action agenda, which is really encapsulated by the goal of 100% sustainable ocean management for protection, production, and prosperity. This is the ray of hope. The Ocean Panel's latest commissioned report set out that ocean-based sectors can contribute up to 35% of the emission cuts required to keep to a pathway of 1.5 degrees. That's ready to implement solutions that we can action now, but only if urgent action is taken. And that captures blue carbon, but only really values the carbon-saving benefits. And as we've set out, blue carbon habitats, they're nature-based solutions. They offer not just carbon benefits, but benefits to communities, from adaptation, resilience, ecosystem services, to livelihoods and our well-being. And so there's a clear case here, again, to act. We have various global goals and commitments before us. Of course, being here under the UNFCCC, we have nationally determined contributions. We have national adaptation plans to really guide countries in terms of driving forward ocean climate action. Under the recently agreed Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, we have a whole new framework of targets, including blue carbon habitats, 30% restoration goals, and 30 by 30 for protection as well. We have the Ramsar Wetlands Convention. We have the SDGs. We have many more. We have also many national commitments. So we know what the problem is. We have the solutions. We have global targets. We have commitments. But it's a very complicated policy landscape, and we're just not progressing in terms of that potential. And so where we stand today is that we've got these ready to implement solutions, but we really need to drive forward that progress. And so here's the absolute ray of hope as my final point is we need to drive forward implementation. The Ocean Panel commissioned earlier this year a blue carbon handbook to help practitioners take forward the key steps to implement and support greater ambition on blue carbon. It was intended as a practitioner's guide, but actually it's been used by many and as a real go-to point to understand blue carbon. And it's with thanks to many authors, both in this room and community, coming together to compile that repository of information that it's had greatest impact. Some of the key points, some of the key enablers for implementation I'll highlight now, and then I'm sure our speakers will bring to life in context to their country. But first of all, key enabler to implementation, we need that science. We need the underpinning of the evidence base, the knowledge to drive us forward. And when it comes to blue carbon, the accounting, of course, is particularly key. Secondly, we need the finance, both market but also non-market finance to really drive forward actions. We've had a real blue rush into this sector, which we need to jump on that wagon, but we also need to harness in terms of making sure that leads to robust, credible, sustainable actions. We need to collaborate and work in partnership, and where we've got some really key partnerships already through the IPBC, amongst others. And we need ambition, and I would just applaud the high-quality blue carbon principles that have been set out to really drive forward greater action in this space. And lastly, we need strong governance. And on this point, I'll note the ambition for 100% is to be guided by sustainable ocean plans. And these are holistic plans and frameworks that the Ocean Panel is recommending to help countries bring together both the different commitments, the different actions, to really give a strong framework for action. And so to conclude, we know we've got some challenges here, but we've got some really clear solutions that are ready to action now. We've got handbooks, we've got guidance to support us, and we really need that political will to drive actions forward. We all need to give 100% and to deliver on the various goals we have across the various frameworks we've got. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Stéphanie.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. As you said, lots of papers have been published for the last 2 years about blue carbon. Thank you, and thanks to the Ocean Panel to position itself on a higher value. 18 countries, 45% of the exclusive zones. It's a lot. Panels allow us to switch to the public policies level and to address both the public and the private sector, plus the states. Bernadette from Monaco, many thanks for being with us. Monaco has always been a fierce supporter of the coastal ecosystems. Why they have a high storage value, what does it mean for Monaco to be ambitious in terms of blue carbon? Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, first things first, for inviting me to take the floor during this panel. As you said, Monaco, as it has been underlined by Prince Albert II during discussions in the framework of the high-level world synthesis, high importance to the marine ecosystem during the discussions about climate. We are firmly convinced in Monaco that nature-based solutions, and in particular ocean-based solutions, should be at the very heart of the implementation of the Paris Agreement, as they bring opportunities both for adaptation and mitigation, while tackling the ocean and biodiversity crisis. Investing in preservation, protection and preservation of these blue carbon systems offer multiple advantages. It contributes to the realization of our objectives, but it's also good for biodiversity, and it ensures a sustainable future for local communities. We hail the rising interest since the Paris Agreement, thanks to countries and NGOs, many of which are present today. This has led to an increased integration of the blue carbon ecosystems into national climate mitigation and adaptation strategies. Today, Monaco positions its efforts in favour of blue carbon ecosystems within the broader context of the nature-based solutions, complementing our support for coral reef restoration. Our aim is to promote a balance between ecosystem conservation and restoration and the benefits for coastal communities, recognizing that they are best positioned to contribute to sustainable and lasting dynamics. More concretely speaking, we wish to contribute to the emergence of blue carbon credits as a means of financing these multiple objectives. The interest in blue carbon projects is relatively recent, but considering the demand for carbon offsetting, we see it as a fundamental lever for nature financing. However, let me emphasize that reducing greenhouse gas emissions remains our primary advocacy and national implementation goal at the national level. In recent years, we have notably provided support to projects and studies conducted by the UNEP in Benin for the development of mangrove-related carbon credits. Recently, we worked with the IUCN to assess the blue carbon storage potential of seagrass in the Mediterranean with a view to preparing a call for projects to accelerate initiatives in this region. We have also supported innovation by endorsing a project by the Blue Venture NGO in Madagascar, a project to develop a user-friendly mangrove mapping and monitoring solution called the GEAM, Google Earth Engine Mapping Methodology. This tool is accessible to local communities for showcasing their restoration efforts over time and accessing carbon finance. It's been well received during its presentation at a previous conference of the parties. In conclusion, it is of utmost importance to maintain the momentum and scale up the ambition on blue carbon, which we would like to thank the IPBC and the UNESCO for their coordination. We also hail the efforts undertaken by this high-level ambition group and reaffirm Monaco's steadfast support to its endeavours. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Madame le Conseiller ministre. Vous avez...
Thank you very much, Minister. You've mentioned carbon credits. We all know that these new tools, credits, but also biodiversity credits in the future, and more global mechanisms are very important that allow to engage in dialogue with many parties and to apply these engage these parties. And we know how important it is to reach this objective 2030 for the coastal systems. It is very important, and we can say that this dialogue on this mechanism will be followed, will continue in Monaco in 2025, as Monaco will host one of the first parts of the UN summit on the blue finance. To continue, the dialogue will be very important. Mr. Ambassador, Stefan Cousa, thank you for being with us. I started to talk about the NOC, La France for since 2022 is very active on the national sea when it comes to protection of oceans. We're talking about the water column or the ocean floor. That's a real marker of our French diplomacy since 2022. If we get to coastal ecosystem, why this interest and why these ambitions are so important, and what does it mean for you? Thank you. Glad to participate here in this panel on a very essential subject. The international attention is based on the research of mission, the creation of a fund of losses and more generally on the triple crisis and loss of biodiversity and the pollution. We also need to have an integrated approach. And these are the policies that cannot be opposed to. They have to be complementary. And there are ecosystems that show it more particularly are the marine and coastal ecosystems. And these last ones, made of mangroves, seagrass, and other, play a key role for the adaptation by sequestering and storing lots of carbon, the famous blue carbon. This international attention and political mobilization that comes with are growing. We've seen the creation of international partnership for the blue carbon at the COP28 in Paris. That was a first important stage, and I hail here the role of Australia, and the partners who, thanks to this, managed to federate a network of organization of scientists, companies, ONGs, and international organizations. France is very engaged on this process. France has worked to launch a group of high ambition during the summit in Brest that took place last year. It was about growing the scale of the initiative by mobilizing countries at on this subject. And we're joined by the Costa Rica, Australia and Monaco here during these dialogues on blue carbon in February 23 in Paris. So thank you very much for this engagement. And the objective of this group is to reinforce the engagement that aim to better integrate the efforts and frameworks in blue carbons and the nexus in the ocean climate biodiversity nexus. It is a platform allowing the governments to engage, to communicate, and to grow their ambitions. And we want to take advantage of these meetings to remind the critical role of these ecosystems of blue carbon. We have to act quickly because we estimate that 20 to 50% of the ecosystems today of blue carbon have already been lost or degraded. In France, we pay particular attention to seagrass in Posidonie on the Mediterranean. The French Office de la Biodiversité, together with the Baleares, created a network for the preservation and the protection, the objective of the protection of 100% of sea grass in Posidonie in 2030. This objective was also reformulated during the Commission in Marseille in June 2023. The ecosystems of blue carbon are also one of the components of our public help for development. The AFD, very well represented, is a French fund for the environment. Also conducts several projects for the protection and restoration of coast. For example, one in Senegal for the mangroves in Casablanca, and in Saloum that relies on the experience of the local communities. We are also present in Indonesia with the blue carbon strategy, and also in Mozambique. We are working on management of that is connected with the WMF. One part of this project includes also pilot projects that will lead to the emission of blue credits on voluntary markets of credits. These credits will allow to private companies to compensate their emissions in their strategy towards the neutrality. They will be accompanied by strong standards about the protection of biodiversity. And on the international scene, we plan to put the blue carbon and the marine ecosystems as a priority on the next conference of the ocean, which will take place in 2025 in Nice, together with Costa Rica, for which we have lots of interest. Thank you, Monaco, to have engaged on this very big event that will take place in June 2023. We also want to extend the group of high ambition in order to create a coalition of countries that will be the moving force, the drive for the development. We'll rely on the manual on blue carbon that was created by the high-level panel for a blue sustainable economy in 2023, which gives us an excellent scientific base and orientates us in our reflection on the markets of blue carbon. It's the science that will allow us to take the enlightened decisions also on financements. Thank you very much.
Merci, Monsieur l'Ambassadeur.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, in the name of the French Development Agency, the AFD. I assure you that we are motivated and committed to keep on working with more and more needs. The needs are huge. We talked about it in terms of science, in terms of inventories. We talked about seagrasses, which elements are insufficiently known for now. Many countries need their capabilities to be reinforced in terms of restoration, preservation of the field. And this is exactly what our work is within the AFD, to work states and civil society, to help them, to support them. Jacqueline Rivera, you are the focal point for Costa Rica, aren't you, for the Ramsar, and you'll be talking on behalf of the Vice Minister Carlos Tavares, the Minister of Environment for Costa Rica. Jacqueline, of course, Costa Rica, since Costa Rica will be organizing the next United Nations conference with France, you are home here, and you'll be home here with us during a couple of years.
Thank you very much. Let me some details. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm very happy to be here, and on behalf of my Vice Ministry, Carlos Isaac Perez, he's apologized for not accompanying you to this very important event. In February 2023, Costa Rica actively participated in the International Partnership for Blue Carbon Dialogue. The annual IPBC Dialogue is an opportunity for all IPBC partners to connect, exchange, and contribute to collective shaping the partnership activities. This was in Paris, and was co-organized by the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission located at UNESCO. Thanks to this dialogue, Costa Rica was able to share the experience and ambitions related to the launch that same month on the National Blue Carbon Strategy, the first in the world, which a tool that allows the country to implement in a planned manner the nationally determined contribution related to the coastal ecosystems' blue carbon reservoirs. Blue carbon ecosystems are widely recognized for their prominent function in terms of climate change mitigation, adaptation, biodiversity, socioeconomic benefits, and resilience of coastal communities. Aware that expanding the potential of coastal ecosystem requires commitments and political support, Costa Rica recognized that the new high-level ambition group on blue carbon launched by France will complement the existing effort of International Association for Blue Carbon, and between countries, we will be able to advance more quickly through actions and achieve the positive impacts necessary to improve management on the climate, people, and ecosystems. We join the global push around the blue carbon to increase the international commitments, focuses on conserving coastal ecosystems that function as reservoirs. Costa Rica has substantially improved its national policies to protect blue carbon ecosystems through updating the national wetland policy, the regional strategy for the conservation of mangroves in the El Golfo de Nicoya, the incorporation of specific actions to coastal ecosystems in the last update of the NDCs in 2020, and finally, the National Blue Carbon Strategy. We support the acceleration of the implementation on the ground of conservation, protection, and restoration activities of blue carbon reservoirs ecosystems. And this is why we have implemented the most ambitious ecological restoration project in our territory, through the hydrological restoration of more than 300 hectares in the Estero Punta Arenas wetland, on which many communities depend on developed activities to take advantage of ecosystem services, such as recreation, tourism, fishing, supply of mollusks, and of course the improvement of the resilience of ecosystems, of the impact of the climate action of our coastals. We are very glad to share with you all our activities in Costa Rica, and we are very happy to work together with the government of France. We have a lot of job, a lot of task for the next years, and in fact, we are working on a new program for recognize the economical ecosystems basis on all the work that we had made with mangroves. So many thanks, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Jacqueline. There's a lot of work left, and I think we'll have the occasion to continue this work as the Costa Rica will organize an important summit in June 24 in San Jose. And I think that both governments, ours and yours, have a lot of ambitions in this area. The ambition being to make a summit that will be as important for the ocean as the Paris was for climate change. Harry Collin now Thank you, Harry, for joining us. Who's the minister? He's from the Ministry of Climate and Seas in Australia. Australia has a long coast, as you know, and has a great part of the blue carbon. So what does it mean for you in terms of ambition and roadmap? Thank you. Comme vous l'avez mentionné, l'Australie a les plus hauts littoraux de la planète, qui abrite environ 12% des écosystèmes de carbone de la planète. Donc le gouvernement parle parfaitement de l'importance de la gestion et de la protection de ces environnements. L'approche australienne des écosystèmes à carbone bleu tient compte à la fois du potentiel d'atténuation et d'adaptation, ainsi qu'une série d'autres avantages.
We absolutely understand that blue carbon ecosystems offer not only carbon sequestration and storage potential, but also recognise that intact and healthy ecosystems offer a range of other benefits. You know, they build resilience, support biodiversity, support livelihoods and healthy communities, and protect coastlines. Australia is proud to be a global leader, both in global efforts and regional efforts, to improve the understanding and management of these ecosystems. With a view to conserving and restoring blue carbon ecosystems, the Australian Government is supporting research, knowledge sharing, capacity building for project design and natural capital accounting, on-ground restoration projects, and is also participating in local and global partnerships. We are partnering with others who understand the importance of coastal ecosystems and are absolutely committed to conservation, restoration, and sustainable management of blue carbon. Back in 2015, Australia and 9 other founding members launched the International Partnership for Blue Carbon, or IPBC, and since then, the IPBC has grown to over 55 partners. Partners are members of government agencies, research organisations, intergovernmental and non-government organisations. This includes active technical and policy professionals from government ministries in France, Costa Rica and Monaco. We all share a vision to conserve, restore and sustainably manage global blue carbon ecosystems. And what we see is a key strength of the partnership is that it brings together diverse actors from a range of backgrounds, people from technical or policy positions in government, into direct conversation with counterparts in intergovernmental organisations, academics, project developers and NGOs. This helps bring an improved understanding of the international context and also helps better inform the development of programs and policies. We're working towards achieving our goals through providing an open forum for all partners to connect, share lessons and develop collaborations. Lessons can be learnt from global experience and a connected and coordinated group of researchers, practitioners and policymakers from around the world. As we've heard today from the distinguished representatives from France, Costa Rica and Monaco, the high-level ambition group helps to connect this applied effort and lift our work to blue carbon on new levels, demonstrating ambition from the highest level of government. In recognition of the growing interest in blue carbon from governments, communities, financiers and civil society alike, combined with the huge challenge of funding and implementing science-based conservation and restoration, we look forward to continuing our collaboration through the partnership and the high-level ambition group to ensure an exchange of knowledge and implementation pathways for high integrity and scalable blue carbon solutions. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much, Harry. I would like to emphasise how rich and how interesting the dialogue we have with Australia, during morning sessions and not only. Thank you very much. We are reaching now the end of the first half of this panel. We'd like to thank you all for these discussions, for the ideas you are coming up with, for your commitment, the fight you lead for blue carbon. I think it's extremely precious We've talked a lot about the next United Nations conference. We still have 1 year and a half. Is it a lot or not? Yeah, depends on the prospect. The ambition, of course, is for these 18 months to transform our ambitions into concrete actions, tangible actions. We are ready for the fight. We're ready for the big game, and we invite other countries to join us, should they feel like it, to broaden the range. We are a blue carbon ambassadors group. Thank you for playing this role, for playing your part tremendously with us. Many thanks. Let's leave the floor to Ocean Vision. They will keep on speaking about blue carbon. Many thanks once again on behalf of the IPPC. Thanks to the French Pavilion, and see you later.
Okay, we're going to continue with part 2 of this effort with the few remaining hardy souls in the room who are diehard fans of blue carbon. Thank you for staying with us. My name is Brad Ack. I'm the CEO of an organization called Ocean Visions, which is a collaboration of a number of organizations dedicated to finding solutions to critical problems facing the ocean and the ocean, interlocking ocean and climate crises. So our organization is a consortium of scientific institutions. We're focused like a laser on the interlocking problems caused by the climate crisis in the ocean and the role of the ocean in the climate crisis. So the title of this session just changed, you might see, to Blue Carbon and Beyond. And so that's the part 2 here. We're going to talk more broadly about additional climate solutions in the ocean space to complement and build upon and enhance the role of blue carbon ecosystems. We're also going to talk about some of the challenges with blue carbon ecosystems. We are not going to use any slides, so it's going to be just verbal. And it's not going to be super long. We're going to stick to ending no later than 6. So just so you know. So I just want to start by setting the context. The reason that we talk about blue carbon and the reason that we talk about carbon removal in general is because we have pretty much exceeded our carbon budget for safety. So even though you hear there's still a carbon budget, we should all disregard that because we already know that at 1.2 degrees of change, we are skirting with really serious and dangerous changes on the planet. I was at a presentation on Wednesday night of the Global Tipping Points report that just came out. 200 scientists worked on this for a couple of years. They looked at 26 different global tipping points. And the report that was released, I commend it to all of you, showed that there's 5 that we are currently skirting with tipping right now at 1.2. And they're not small. The Greenland ice sheet, the West Antarctic ice sheet, permafrost. So we're already at levels of carbon in the atmosphere that are unsafe, and the only way back from here is carbon removal. And on the road to restoring our climate is that waypoint of net zero. To me, that's the top of the curve. At net zero, that's when we reach maximum carbon. And then we need to bring it down. And the only way we're going to do that is by building the technologies and systems and industries and financial structures that will enable us to do that over time. It's not going to happen tomorrow. Blue carbon ecosystems are like the gateway drug in some ways. There is a lot of other ways that the ocean can help remove and safely store carbon. If we were to disappear tomorrow, over the next hundreds of thousands and few million years, all of this excess carbon that we've put in the atmosphere would end up in the bottom of the ocean, as it always has through the geological cycle and through alkalinity. We don't have 800,000 to a couple of million years, so we have to look at, are there ways that we can look at that cycle and the way the ocean works, both biologically and chemically, and see if we can enhance some of those ocean sinks and ocean processes. Because ultimately, if we want to aspire to a planet that's better off in the future, where we've given our kids and our grandkids something that we can be proud of rather than deeply ashamed of, we're going to have to build the tools to do that. And the ocean has a lot of potential. So I would just, if you're interested in learning more about this, if you don't already know a lot about other ocean-based pathways, we've done 5 deep technology roadmaps on our website, oceanvisions.org. They're not documents, they're digital databases. They're very easy to navigate. We looked at living blue carbon. That's the first map, and that looks at all of the typical coastal vegetated ecosystems, but also animals, fish and mammals, because those are another important form of carbon flux in the ocean. The second map is on microalgae, all the different ways we can use the power of photosynthesis and microalgae to enhance and accelerate carbon removal. And there's a bunch of different emerging technologies that are very interesting. Many of them have co-benefits, other types of products that are useful for humanity. The third map is on macroalgae, so seaweed, and all the ways, various ways that we could be enhancing the growth of seaweed, including growing it in places that it hasn't grown before, which is the ocean equivalent of afforestation, right? Using the power, the photosynthetic power of the ocean to grow more seaweed and then extract the carbon and or bundle it and sink it. The fourth map is on ocean alkalinity enhancement, all the various ways you can raise alkalinity levels in the ocean to allow it to absorb more carbon, transform those into bicarbonates where they're much more safely, durably stored. And the fifth map is on electrochemistry. This is the direct air capture equivalent in the ocean. We call it also direct ocean capture. You can literally strip carbon out of seawater using electricity, and you create a base solution and an acidic solution, and then you have to deal with the acid, which is the carbon. And when you put the base back into the ocean, you have another form of ocean alkalinity enhancement. So these are some of the potential ocean climate solutions that we're going to be dealing with in the future. But blue carbon is the lowest hanging fruit. Blue carbon ecosystems, because we like to call all of that blue carbon. I mean, all of that is using the power of the ocean, and much of it we call deep blue carbon. But blue carbon ecosystems are the low-hanging fruit. We just heard a whole bunch of statements from governments that are committed to protecting blue carbon ecosystems. They provide so many other benefits besides blue carbon. In the map that we created, we basically say that blue carbon is a co-benefit. It is not the main reason to restore and maintain blue carbon ecosystems. The main reasons are biological diversity, coastal protection, fisheries and sustainable livelihoods, and the list goes on. Blue carbon is a co-benefit. It's a great, the carbon part is a co-benefit, a great co-benefit. But there should be no reason why we aren't doing this. And so one of the things I want to explore with the panel is, given that we have this high ambition on blue carbon, we've got the international partnership, it's been around for quite a while, we have all these statements, why are we losing on blue carbon? And what do we need to do to actually win on blue carbon? But before we get into those conversations, I want to give each of you a chance to make your opening statements. And so I'm going to start with Dr. Ove Huff-Goldberg, because he has just finished an assignment, you can come up here if you like, leading the second edition of the high-level panels report on a sustainable blue ocean economy, looking particularly at all the ways that the ocean can contribute to decarbonizing our society, which is not only blue carbon systems. So I want to turn it over to you and give us a walk through that report, if you will. You can do it seated or standing.
I'll stay seated. Okay. Well, thank you very much, Brad. And I think this came from, the report really came from sort of trying to put some numbers on broad statements people would make. You know, that this element of the carbon cycle is important because of X, and often those were not very well researched. So in 2019, a group of the high-level panel on a sustainable ocean economy put together a team of 20 people, I think it was about 20 experts from shipping, from a range of different sectors, which had a lot of potential in terms of perhaps delivering the goods, in terms of emission reduction. And so that report was produced, and it estimated that about, under best circumstances, keeping things below 2 degrees Celsius, that you could see 25% of those emissions coming from those ocean sectors, which, when you put them together, had a big impact on emission reduction. So things like ocean transport, which, I think it's 11% of emissions just there. Things like food from the sea, there's an efficiency there, which if you were to, and it's obviously a very tricky one to navigate, but if you were to switch diets, and people would then start to eat more fish sustainably than eat lamb and terrestrial organisms, you reduce the impact of that protein by about 70%. So these are sort of numbers about carbon. They're very abstract, but they should work, right? And so this group met many times, produced a report in 2019, and then at that point there was COVID and various other disturbances which we went through. But then the group was put back together to re-examine where we were after that disturbance to the economy and health of people and so on. And that then came out of, first at the United Nations meeting in New York, but we also did a sort of a soft launch here. And it's been, I think, very insightful. I mean, one of the things that people have got into the habit of doing is to demonise carbon as always being the victim. As the ocean being always a victim. Coral reefs are dying. The terrestrial, kelp forests and so on, just as Brad was saying. And so it becomes this sort of important issue to sort of try and put some numbers on that. And so that has been published in a small, if you want one of these, they're out here in the front or wherever. But basically, what?
There's enough for the whole audience.
Well, I think so. But basically it was really an interesting thing. So oceans can, in this second round, reduce their emissions by as much as 35%. So you're starting to get a real window there. This being the amount of carbon that you need to reduce emissions such that you get to 2 degrees Celsius. So, I mean, there was all sorts of discussion during this project, but it was sort of, I think people came home to the fact that actually it's quite easy to reduce emissions for a number of these sectors. They just haven't been tried. I mean, switching boats over to electric boats or nitrogen-powered craft is already there. Twiggy Forrester is building really large boats with, chemical batteries on board that perform fantastically. You can literally sort of top them up over half an hour and on you go. So for that reason, I think this has been an important process to get an understanding of not only the easy fruit, but adjust the storyline here, because there's so much to be gained from it. So I think one of the other interesting things was that blue carbon wasn't the major contributor of reduced emissions. It was ocean transport. Offshore renewables. These are solar, well, at the moment wind farms, but probably later solar. And in this period, there's been a move where we, in estimating it during the first report, underestimated how much take-up by industry would be. And so there's very big moves at the moment happening with shipping. I think there's one going to be reported tomorrow. But there's all this evidence that this is going well. So I think I might leave it there and head towards the discussion. I'm very proud of this, but it was actually the work of 20 people. I sat back and clapped largely, but yeah. You want to comment? No. Anyway, thanks, Brad.
All right. Yeah, he was the lead author. Right? There you go.
Just very kind. I don't know what it did, but anyway.
Thanks, Owen.
Thanks.
I don't think this mic is on, so I'll just project. So next we have Marine, who is with the Ocean Climate Platform based in France, but also a large partnership with organizations focused on ocean climate issues. So I think you should grab that microphone.
Yep. Sorry. No, it's not connected.
Can you hear? Oh, yeah, perfect. Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have the loud voice, so I need the microphone. Okay, I do need the microphone. Thank you so much, and well, happy Ocean Day to everyone. Very happy to be here. Thank you for this two-part panel. It was, as I have to say, very, very great to hear also from the parties and see how their ambitions go in, really trying to mobilize. So it's great. It's always inspiring to see that they're committed to it, that they have the interest and that they're willing. So basically, when you invited me here, you asked me to talk specifically on opportunities and challenges. So that's what I wanted to talk to you about. So first, opportunities, what is most important, and what I think some other panelists mentioned before, is that we have the solutions, that they're both science-based, that they are ready to implement, and that the ocean community already identified a portfolio of ocean-based climate solutions, specifically at COP26. Sorry, my French is going to come up quite a bit because it's getting late in the day, so I'm sorry for that. So yeah, we identify a portfolio of solutions. Specifically at COP26, there was an Ocean for Climate declaration that really identified 5 key sectors, namely marine conservation, ocean renewable energy, shipping, aquatic food, and coastal tourism. And now this led to the creation of 5 pathways to reach by 2030 to achieve a healthy and productive ocean by 2050. So it's connected to the report, of course. And these pathways are called the Ocean Breakthrough. So I mentioned marine conservation. This is particularly important for a blue carbon ecosystem. Also mentioning the mangrove breakthrough that is under this big umbrella of the marine conservation breakthrough, and that has been tremendous also in mobilizing not only civil society but also governments. And that's maybe just to open a parenthesis here, saying that we are at COP28 following also a bunch of negotiations, including the global stocktake, that I think is really important also to guide the actions of governments moving forward. That's a huge opportunity, and having the ocean including in the text is going to be instrumental moving forward. And I think these ocean breakthroughs that I'm mentioning can really be the roadmap that we need, moving forward and seeing how we can really accelerate action and investment in each of these pathways to unlock mitigation and adaptation. Because I think this is also something that was really stressed during the first panel, that we have, of course, mitigation benefits, but also adaptation, and that we have also a bunch of co-benefits in terms, for instance, of livelihoods, food security, and all that. So this is really important, and I think it's also important also to be positive, to stress that we're making good progress. The Ocean and Climate Platform, we conducted an NDC analysis with many friends from IUCN, WWF, so many partners, and what we found is that almost 100 of NDCs, so nationally determined contributions, priority strategies, that we reviewed. So out of 148, almost 100 actually include at least one coastal or marine nature-based solution, which is really impressive at the moment, because it's almost 2/3 of priorities, including non-coastal. So it's pretty impressive, and also something that is interesting to mention in the context of the discussion is that blue carbon ecosystems were actually pretty big in the commitments, mangrove specifically rather than seagrass and salt marshes, although there were also good commitments, for instance, from the Seychelles, that is also a member of the IPBES. So yeah, this is great. In terms of other opportunities that I wanted to mention, I said that we have the solutions, but we also have a lot of policy tools that are very important, and here I'm a huge policy nerd, but I'm not going to go too much in the details. There's only one tool that I want to mention, is the Ocean and Climate Change Dialogue. So this is a tool that was created, that was adopted during the Blue COP, so 2019, under the Chilean presidency, and that has been strengthened since then. Now the mandate is pretty strong. We have 2 co-facilitators that are leading the discussions, that are great, from Canada and Chile. And if I'm mentioning this, is also because this year's 2 topics of priority areas were coastal ecosystem restoration and fisheries and food security. And of course, blue carbon ecosystems were very much mentioned, raised repeatedly in both of the discussions, which was also great, because it's important to see the integrated solutions and both approaches. So a total of, I think it was 250 case studies were shared. So it's also a good ways to build, the responses on the longer term, because it's also the questions that you asked earlier, why aren't we moving forward with the solutions? And I think from the discussions that we're having with parties as well, that a lot of them don't really have all the details. We were actually quite surprised to see that even the 2013 IPCC wetland supplement was unknown to many of them. So this is also, there's still some literacy to do there, capacity building, technical support, and that's very important moving forward. And to conclude this brief introduction, I think the next step and kind of the challenges moving forward is also building on these integrated approaches that were raised many times during the discussions. And at the Ocean Climate Platform, we are, in all of our nerdiness, are very much into breaking down the silos and really we really strive to connect the agendas, connecting the dots, especially the climate, ocean, and biodiversity agendas, also having in mind, the food system, people, and what we're trying to do is really to build synergies specifically between the climate and the biodiversity forum. Because we believe that it's a decisive move moving forward to really have this holistic governance of the environment that we need. So there's a lot of things that we can do. We actually have this nice figure with how to connect on the science, action, policy, and finance side. So just to give you one example, on the policy side, one good thing to do is to align strategies. It sounds pretty basic, but a lot of parties don't do it. So we have the NDCs for climate, and we have the NBSAP, which is the biodiversity counterpart. So moving forward, one thing really important on the international policy scene is really to develop that. And yeah, that's my first few points. Thank you.
Thank you. I think this is working. So I'm going to come right back to you then, since you said you're a policy nerd, but you weren't going to nerd out. What if you could pick 1 or 2 policies that you would put in place at the international level, or that you would change, that are in place right now that you would change in order to actually accelerate the restoration of blue carbon ecosystems? What 1 or 2 things do you think are most missing right now?
Well, I think now on the international stage, what is more important is not to add new things, but really to build on the existing. I think I mentioned the global stocktake, having the ocean integrated there, I think is really important, and we're seeing the negotiations moving forward in the good direction, specifically to include the ocean in the mitigation and adaptation sections to make sure that also both dimensions are included. And I think the global stocktake has the ability to also provide guidelines for parties, guidelines that they are requesting. We've seen that in many, many discussions. So this could be something that is really important to see how coastal wetlands could be better integrated as well as the strategies, because as I said, there's more and more NDCs mentioning these ecosystems, but to give you an idea, there's, so adaptation is mostly mentioned, then mitigation still work to do, but actually there's only very, very few, I think it's less than 20 parties that actually include blue carbon ecosystems in their national GHG inventory, which is very, very low. So there's a lot of work that is being done in terms of science to really, start mapping the ecosystem, just doing the first steps to really go in this direction. So I think capitalizing on this, also continuing to raise awareness, as I said, on the different tools. So yeah, tools like the global stocktake can be great, to give you an example.
Over to you as a person who has a long experience in coastal management and applied science for those issues in places like the Great Barrier Reef. What do you think are the biggest technological challenges or opportunities where new technologies might be able to be brought in to improve, for example, survivability of restored blue carbon ecosystems, or increase the efficiency with which we do it, decrease the cost? Are there things that you've seen in your experience that are, even if you don't have the answer, where you would like to see some effort applied to have some breakthrough innovation?
Yeah, I think I'll register as sort of we have a bit of frustration going on in Australia because it's such a large system. The impacts are often very diffuse, yet quite potent. Things like farming, effluent, pesticides flowing into the coastal waters of the Great Barrier Reef is a serious problem. Even though there was a large investment by the Australian government to try and solve this, it was very hard to show that there was any difference. And in fact, there's a score that they get each year for how well managed things are, and they were just going further into the hole, even though there was this funding being sort of supplied and so on. One of the, and it's not a new idea, but it's one that I think works with this, and that is that we need to develop tools such as the digital reef. And so we've got some of that being done over about years ago. But the new technology now with robots and, dare I say, AI, is suggesting a range of different opportunities. And I'd like us to really home in on those opportunities and perhaps get those to deliver that ability to work with a highly variable system. Because that's what these things are, and it doesn't matter whether you're in Costa Rica or Australia, that they're facing the same problems. And so maybe there's an initiative that needs to be built where people are coming together to sort of build the sort of tool set that everybody needs in terms of these digital interfaces. Yeah.
Thanks. I want to follow up on that because we're also not operating in a static environment, right? The environment is changing. Yeah. Water's getting warmer. Water's getting more acidic. Sea levels are rising. I'll ask both of you this. I mean, how do you see the blue carbon community adapting to changing environmental conditions, understanding them and adapting to them, and thinking about whether those systems will still be there 30, 40, 50 years from now and not inundated, for example, by sea level rise?
Well, I think it's presenting a very, very, very difficult situation. And just yesterday, we published a paper in Science on this sudden change in sea temperature, whereas you've had this winter-summer sort of oscillation with a little bit of climate change pushing it higher and higher all the time. But now it's gone sort of like that. Yeah. And it's being, everyone knows about it. And so when you start to think about what that does to forests on land and coastal processes, could be really, just the fire alone. And so I popped this thing into the upload and off it went and everything, turned on my Google News, and there was Australia with 45 degrees across most of its landscape. And I was just like, this is like a movie? Day After Tomorrow, I think it was. Yeah. But anyway, it's sort of interesting to see that type of, it jolts you awake to say, this could be, well, not to be alarmist, but I think there is a need for some alarm here. And so so going back to your original question, which is about, what would you like out of this? I mean, I think we've got that tool set of working in a highly variable climate with El Nino. El Nino is now being tracked to pounding the Great Barrier Reef in the El Nino phase. So it's going to be a big issue for policymakers and legislators. So I wish them the best.
So great segue for Marine to answer that question from the policymaker perspective and the governance perspective. I mean, how are these big initiatives addressing a rapidly changing marine environment and thinking about, sort of forward planning for success of these systems and their restoration?
Thank you very much. It's actually a very good question, and since I mentioned connecting the dots, I wanted to mention here the Global Biodiversity Framework, because at the platform, so we actually launched the declaration last year. There was no Paris without Montreal, and it was really the idea of, not only how the ocean was integrated in the Global Biodiversity Framework, but also how does it, include the climate dimension. Sorry. Exactly, otherwise I'll speak loud, it's fine. The climate dimension wasn't really taken into consideration, so we have a target dedicated to climate change, but we don't have the... I'm sorry, this is making me laugh, looking at me at the same time. So we have one target dedicated to climate change, but the impacts of climate change on biodiversity is not taken into consideration throughout the framework, which I think is really a gap that, we raised it, but it's still, as I said, the time to make the connection and to really connect the dot there. So there's still a lot of work to do and still a lot of awareness-raising work to be done. But I think the key point here is really long-term planning, and this is something that is particularly difficult in terms of policy making due to the changes also in governments and in strategies. So really having long-term planning guided by science is, I think, the most important thing. And since we said we wouldn't be only talking about blue carbon, wanted to mention the Cities Initiative, that is actually a project by the Ocean and Climate Platform to support coastal cities in adapting to sea level rise. And we just published policy recommendation based on a scientific assessment and workshop conducted around the world to discuss with practitioners and really trying to build some key recommendations on what we need to do. And the conclusion of this report, specifically on coastal adaptation, is really to say that we need to be flexible, to have this adaptive management in time and in space. And this is, I think, the most important here. And we should, of course, prioritize nature-based solutions here, but what is really important is also to be able to be hybrid, to really include this hybrid solution, to be able to be flexible on the longer term, and that's why long-term planning is so important.
Thank you. I'll just add a thought, since Ove mentioned both AI and being alarmist. And, if we did apply AI to this issue, alarmism wouldn't even come into the picture, right? Because AI doesn't think that way. It would just look at the data and decide what had to be done, or at least give us the recommendations. It is 45 degrees. That is frightening to us, but it's just a data point and one that needs to be managed. And we might get, our human desire to not be alarmist or to not overreact might get in our way of doing effective planning in a situation that is quite alarming. We have almost no time, because I do want to end at 6, but if there's one burning question from anybody in the audience, all right, and then we will close after this.
Thank you. Thank you, panelists. Bill Austin from the UN Ocean Decade Program for Blue Carbon, so we're a science program. Really interesting discussion. I think Brad was setting the scene in some way for blue carbon as a gateway drug to other solutions. And we didn't quite go there, but we did get to the Convention on Biodiversity. And back to Brad's suggestion around alkalinity, changes that we could implement in the ocean, and how you would feel about the consequences to ocean ecosystems where we, in an AI kind of way, ignoring the biology perhaps, to do that. And what the dangers are, but particularly in the framework of the UN, how we would together manage these futures. So I'm really interested in this, in terms of how far we should go. And to be fair to Bad, I think that was what he was proposing.
Completely reasonable question. I have some thoughts on it, but Ove, I'd like to give it you the first crack at that. And let's just broaden it. I mean, any intervention in the ocean for the purposes of trying to abate the climate crisis are going to have impacts. Any action, intervention on land also does. Sometimes they're positive, sometimes they're negative, sometimes they're both. How do we manage, especially in terms of this question, the impacts on biodiversity from ocean interventions or potential ocean interventions?
Yeah, when someone was talking just the other day, I think it was, where they were saying that we could add alkali to the office through Overline, I think it's called. There's this problem with how do you get it into the ocean without it actually being very, very high concentration, unless you have a big maxi whip machine or something where you instantly sort of mix it through. It becomes a real problem. And the other problem about ocean acidification and those changes to alkalinity is that they take, I think it's something like 10,000 years for oceans to recover from. And our attitude at the moment is that there's nothing wrong, that nothing can go wrong with this. And of course, the literature doesn't tell you that. There's huge decreases in calcification. There's changes to the framework. Frameworks are disappearing much more quickly so that carbonate framework doesn't do the job of protecting towns and cities and so on.
You're talking about the impacts of acidification, right?
That's right.
Okay, not adding alkalinity, but the current situation.
Right.
Just wanted to be clear.
Yeah, that's right. So I mounted off of my favourite topic. Yeah.
So, I mean, I think, to me, that's perfect that you strayed into that, because that's the no action alternative.
Yeah.
It's not like everything's going to be fine, there'll be no impact on marine organisms or biodiversity if we just don't do anything. We already know that we're on a really steep downward trajectory that's going to increase. So the question is, how do you measure in a risk environment? How do you measure that?
Well,
or balance that?
For me, one of the calculations that's sort of gobsmacking is when you take out a napkin, as I did in a restaurant, and you say, okay, if you wanted to decrease the concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere by 100 parts per million, bring it down into a safer regime, how much alkali would that be? And it was, 10 kilometres by 10 kilometres, times 2 kilometres in terms of a solid mass of rock that needed to be removed every year as the sort of buffer.
Yeah.
And that's, again, just like many of these other remedies, it's hugely expensive. Yeah. I mean, we're not going to do that. We're not going to go to our leaders and say, well, I know you've got problems with all these other things, but actually, why don't you spend money on this? So that's where I quite admittedly sort of studied things on the other side of the ledger, because I don't think there are many solutions there that make,
Again, if AI was making these decisions, it would have to prioritize where the best investment of money was for the greatest common welfare of humans and other species. And it might well be on that. I'm not suggesting it is. Let's give Marina.
Thank you. I talked about integrated approaches, connecting the dots, and adaptive management. So you can only imagine that my response is going to be climate smart and biodiversity positive, or at least biodiversity neutral action. This is at the heart of the ocean breakthroughs that I mentioned. They all have mitigation, adaptation, and biodiversity conservation components. So this is, I think, the priority, and something that I want to stress, because I realize this hasn't been mentioned in either of the panel, but the priority is still to reduce our GHG emissions. I mean, this is actually quite frustrating to me that we are able to conduct that kind of discussions and that it's never coming up. So it's also important that we really stress that there are pathways that exist, including the ones highlighted in the ocean breakthroughs, especially the ocean renewable energy one that really has also a biodiversity positive dimension, the shipping one that also includes the welfare of the maritime community. So it's also important that we keep the focus that we need to drastically reduce and urgently reduce GHG emissions. So yeah.
Yep.
Well, thank you all for joining us on Ocean Day, and I wish you a pleasant ocean evening. Thank you. And thanks, France, for hosting us.